and guiding our decisions for the common good. Help us to set aside our differences and to endeavor to understand each other's points of view and to work together in unity, ensuring that our efforts reflect your will to make Goochland a better county. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Has everyone had a chance to read the minutes from the December 18th, 2025 meeting? Are there any comments, or is there a motion to approve?
I motion to approve.
I second.
Right. Mr. Kimmerly,
Aye.
Mr. Patek,
Aye.
Ms. Kowalski,
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin,
Aye.
Mr. Dean.
Aye.
Thank you.
We are now ready for the director's report. Thank you, Ms. Parker. Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Jamie Sherry, Director of Planning and Zoning. This evening, I'll be presenting a brief director's report on upcoming public hearings. Looking ahead to the Board of Supervisors meeting on February 3rd, there are 2 conditional use permit cases scheduled. This meeting will be held at 6 p.m. right here in the boardroom. The first is in District 1 and involves a request for a detached accessory family housing unit on approximately 20 acres on Loving Springs Lane. The property is zoned A1 and is designated as Rural Enhancement Area in the comp plan. The second case is in District 3, also for a detached family housing unit on approximately 3.7 acres on Hawktown Road. The property is zoned A2 and is also designated as Rural Enhancement Area. Both of these requests require a conditional use permit. For the February Planning Commission, it's February 19th at 6 p.m. There are also 2 conditional use permits scheduled, and the meeting will be held here in the boardroom at 6 p.m. The first is in District 3, is a request for a home-based business on Pleasant Hill Lane that is involving a small-scale fabrication of custom parts and tools used for maintaining and repairing mechanical equipment. The property is approximately 17 acres and is zoned A2 and located in the Rural Enhancement Area. The second case, in District 4, is a request for a school use on the property along Three Chop Road and Broad Street Road. This is the combined site is approximately 7 acres, zoned A2, and is also zoned Rural Enhancement Area. And at this time, there are no community meetings scheduled, and that's all I have for you all this evening. Thank you. Thank you. Now we are on to citizen comment period.
Per the Planning Commission bylaws, Section 4, addressing the commission, public comments. Generally, all persons who speak before the commission during the citizen comment period or a public hearing shall do so from the lectern and furnish their names and addresses to the commission. A speaker shall only speak once on any item unless the commission asks the speaker to answer questions. No person may address the commission unless they have first been recognized by the chair. Each person who desires to speak shall be given time to present oral or written comments. Comments shall be directed to the commission, not to the audience. The citizen comment period provides a public forum for the commission to hear from citizens about matters pertinent to the activities, issues, or policies of the commission. The citizen comment period is limited to matters that are not scheduled for public hearing on tonight's agenda.
And just to reiterate, these are for anything that is not to be spoken about tonight. If you do wish to speak during the citizen comment period, please come forward, state your name and address. You will have 3 minutes to speak. The green light will come on. That indicates the start of your 3 minutes. The yellow light will indicate that you have 1 minute remaining, and the red light indicates the end of your time. Do we have anyone that wishes to speak during the public comment time? All right. I will then close the public comment period. Unfinished business.
We have no unfinished business. There are 2 items of new business. The first item of new business is establishment of the nominating committee. The nominating committee is a 2-person committee which will nominate chair and vice chair at the April meeting. where the chair and vice chair will officially be elected. Are there any volunteers for the nominating committee?
I will volunteer.
I will volunteer.
Thank you. Our second item of new business this evening is an action item before the commission and will not come before the Board of Supervisors. District 5, CMP 2025-2, application by Samet Properties LLC, requesting approval of a conceptual master plan for a distribution use on 40.3 acres on tax map number 6337120 in West Creek Business Park. The property is zoned Industrial Limited M1 with proffered conditions and is governed by the proffers associated with West Creek Business Park. The comprehensive plan designates this area as prime economic development.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Carrie Ragland. I'm Assistant Planning Director for the county and will be providing the staff presentation for this application. As stated, the request is within District 5 and is an application for approval of a conceptual master plan within the West Creek Business Park. The vicinity map on the left indicates the subject area outlined in red at the southeastern part of the county near Route 288. And the aerial photo on the right indicates the subject property also outlined in red. For a better reference, the property is located directly west of Route 288 and is situated between Route 288 and West Creek Parkway, north of Patterson Avenue. The zoning map on the left shows the subject property and adjacent properties, all is within the M1 zoning district. The comprehensive plan map on the right shows the subject property and adjacent properties as prime economic development. As discussed, the request is to approve a conceptual master plan for a distribution center, specifically a last mile distribution center, which is a facility used to store, sort, and dispatch goods close to the final customer. This is before you tonight because of the proffered conditions within the West Creek Business Park, which requires Planning Commission review and approval. The application does not require a public hearing, but rather is an action item that requires the vote. The proposed distribution center is a by right use within the M1 zoning. In addition to the Planning Commission review, other proffers include development standards for the site, such as landscaping, road dedications, at least 30% net open space, roadway and site buffers, setbacks from buildings and parking, underground utilities, and for the BMPs to serve as amenities. On this slide, you can see the proposed conceptual plan on the right, and I will show this in a larger format on another screen. The plan demonstrates a large 114,000 square foot warehouse as the main delivery center and a 5,000 square foot service building for the fleet vehicles. Also shown is the underground stormwater facilities and employee parking. 3 access points are shown on West Creek Parkway, all of which are to be installed as full access openings, creating 3 median breaks for left and right turns in and out of the site. And I'll pause here for a moment with a larger image to point out the main warehouse building, the service building for the fleet vehicles, generally employee parking at the center. And the northern entrance specifically is for large trucks to unload their contents, which would be brought from the main distribution centers on this side. The southernmost entrance is mostly for the van fleet service, which creates a direct access to the back of the building where they will get loaded. And the central access point is generally for employee parking. The conceptual plan is intended to be general in nature and then followed by a detailed plan of development approval. Should issues arise with the POD where the site plans are not in conformance with the conceptual plan, the applicant would need to revise their CMP application and return to the Planning Commission for a revised approval of the concept plan. It should be noted that a plan of development is under formal review with staff. Under those review processes, staff is able to comment on the specific measurements and engineering of the site. The concept plan is in accordance with the comprehensive plan, the West Creek proffers, and the plan of development under review. Madam Chair, this concludes the staff presentation. There is a representative here if you have any questions. Do you have any questions of me?
Any questions?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Would you mind just stating your name for the record?
Good evening. My name is Joshua Bryant. I'm with CPH Consulting, and we are the design consultant for this project. So I'm here in case anyone has any questions.
No.
Any questions?
None.
No? I think we're good.
Thank you, Joshua.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve conceptual master plan CMP 2025-00002, application by Samet Properties LLC.
I second that.
Mr. Kimmerly,
Aye.
Mr. Patak,
Aye.
Ms. Kowalski,
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin,
Aye.
Mr. Dean.
Aye.
CMP 2025-2 is approved with a 5-0 vote.
Do we have any requests to defer, additions, deletions, or changes to the order of public hearings?
There are no requests to defer, additions, deletions, or changes to the order of the public hearings.
Okay.
Our first public hearing tonight is in District 3, RZ 2025-6, application by BJ's Hauling LLC, requesting to rezone 2.16 acres from agricultural limited A2 to industrial general M2 with proffered conditions for an office and outside storage for trucking business at 1991 Triple T Lane on tax map number 4570C0. The comprehensive plan designates this area as industrial.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Madam Chair, I'll state again for the record, my name is Carrie Ragland, and I'll be presenting the staff presentation for this application. The request is within District 3 and is an application for rezoning from the A2 Agricultural District to the M2 Industrial District with proffered conditions for the purpose of an office with outside storage for a truck hauling business. The vicinity map on the left shows the subject area outlined in red, while the aerial photo on the right indicates the subject property, also outlined in red. For a better reference, the parcel is located north of Broad Street on Triple T Lane, just across from the county bus depot, which can be seen here in the aerial. The zoning map on the left demonstrates the subject property and adjacent properties to the north and east as A2 Agricultural District. Properties to the south and west are zoned M1 and M2 Industrial. The comprehensive plan map on the right demonstrates the property and most adjacent properties as industrial. The bus depot to the west is shown as institutional, here in blue, as it's owned by the county. The property was historically developed as a single-family residence, and if this application is approved, the structure could no longer be used as a dwelling. Currently, the property is accessed by a private driveway which extends off of Triple T Lane. Note here in the aerial photo that as Triple T Lane runs north, if you follow the red dot, the path diverts at the property's driveway just here, shown in white as the access easement, while the state road actually jogs left and then continues north. The result is that there is a private access easement here which runs parallel to the state road here, and you can see the curve in the road. 3 parcels utilize the access easement, which are the subject property here and 2 adjacent properties to the north. However, none of the parcels are landlocked, and all are able to extend a driveway directly onto Triple T here, or the private road to the north, which is Pothole Road. The applicant is requesting to rezone 2.16 acres from agricultural to industrial with proffered conditions in order to create an office building for a truck hauling business and outside storage for their truck hauling fleet. The applicant has proffered a conceptual plan which shows the existing residence to remain. A parking area at the front of the building and a fenced-in and screened storage yard will be added to the back for the truck fleet. Oops. Went too fast. 6 other conditions are proffered to include buffer requirements, construction hours, and screening of the outside storage. As shown in the concept plan, a new straight entrance would be added onto Triple T to provide better sight distance for the trucks pulling out of the property. Any right-of-way or site distance easements would be reviewed and acquired at the plan development stage. And this slide shows the proffered concept plan. On here, as described, I'll point out the existing house here to remain, a new parking area proposed at the front of the property, the screened storage at the back, which includes a fence and vegetative screening, as well as screening at the north of the property. And then a new commercial access right here directly onto Triple T. This is different from the current access, which is down here. Then there is a triangle here which shows expected right-of-way dedication or site distance easements needed to make the new entrance safe. The proposed M2 zoning district is intended for heavy commercial and industrial operations. Outdoor storage is allowed by right in the district. The property and several adjacent properties are designated as industrial land use, and the application is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Reviewing transportation further, Triple T Lane, Route 1213 is identified as a local road. It's undivided with a 35-mile-per-hour speed limit. A traffic count was provided by Grove Slade, which showed that no improvements would be required due to the proposed development. The applicant is proposing to relocate the entrance on Triple T to correct the current situation of poor sight distance due to the current jog in the road. The applicant has also proffered right-of-way to VDOT to be determined at the time of plan of development in order to create a safer entrance. A community meeting was held on October 20th, 2025. 6 members of the public attended, as well as the applicants. Citizen comments were related to vegetative buffers with the adjacent property to the north, fencing around the outside storage area, and how the entrance changes would affect the property to the north. This slide is a summary of the proffered conditions, and I do have them all available on a full screen if there's any questions regarding the specific language. The proffers include general conformance with a conceptual plan, which is Exhibit A in the staff report, a landscape buffer to be provided along the northern property line and at the eastern parcel, for wells to be drilled rather than bored, for construction hours to be limited to 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday, for right-of-way dedication to be dedicated along Triple T at the time of plan of development. The applicant has proffered out specific uses to include junk storage, sawmills, car wash, debris landfill, solar energy facility, or wind turbines. All outdoor storage must be permanently screened from all public roads by either vegetation or fencing. This is also demonstrated on the concept plan. Madam Chair, this concludes the staff presentation. The applicant is here to answer questions if needed. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
None.
No? Any questions?
I have a quick one. What is the thought behind the wells being drilled rather than bored?
That's a common condition that we do see in Goochland, and then the difference is really longevity. I can explain the difference between the two, but that's a common proffer that we see in Goochland.
Thank you.
Quick question on the site plan. Am I to assume the front portion looking at, sorry, if you want to go back.
Yeah.
Kind of.
I'm pushing the button, I promise.
You're good. Take your time. Thank you. The front portion, is that all going to be paved with the back portion being gravel? Is that why you're showing the discrepancy in the, yeah, thank you, the texture of it? Is that-
Yes, that demonstrated is the texture, yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
And there's a proposed, I think, gate here to differentiate the two between the storage and the public parking areas.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Nope.
Okay, I'll introduce the applicant's representative.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrew Browning with the engineering firm Youngblood Tile and Associates, here representing the applicant, Mr. B.J. Sneed, who is also with me. I do not have a presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for the applicant?
No.
We're good?
Thank you.
All right. Let me see here. I will now open up the public hearing for this case. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this case, either in this room or in the overflow rooms? And I'll pause for a couple seconds in case anyone would like to come from the overflow rooms. All right. Seeing no one, I will now close the public comment period for this case. All right. Any?
No, it seems to me that the applicant's done what they need to do in response to the public meeting.
Yeah.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
Yeah, I move that the commission recommend approval of rezoning RZ 2025-00006 application by BJ Hauling LLC with proffered conditions as presented.
Second.
All right, Mr. Dean,
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin,
Aye.
Ms. Kowalski,
Aye.
Mr. Patak,
Aye.
Mr. Kimmerly.
Aye.
The motion to recommend approval passes on a 5-0 vote. This case is tentatively scheduled to be heard by the Board of Supervisors March 3rd, 2026. It moves forward with a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission. Our second public hearing item this evening is in District 4, CU 2025-11, application by Jose Carmen Correa Rayano and Ana Isabel Ramirez Rayano, requesting a conditional use permit, CUP, for an accessory family housing unit detached on 2.01 acres at 2202 Mannequin Road on tax map number 47903C. The property is zoned agricultural limited A2. The CUP is required by County Zoning Ordinance, Section 15112, in accordance with Section 15285A. The comprehensive plan designates this area as rural enhancement area.
We're going to take a quick pause while Mr. Dean recuses himself and leaves the room.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I do recuse myself. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Commission. My name is Ben Ellis. I'm a planner for the county. Before you is an application by Jose Carmen Correa Arreño and Ana Isabel Ramirez Arreño for a conditional use permit for an accessory family housing unit detached. Property is located on about 2 acres at 2202 Mannequin Road in District 4. The map on the left shows the general vicinity of the property within the county. The map on the right shows the property outlined in red. The property, as well as the surrounding properties, exhibit a rural character. The property and adjacent properties are zoned A2 Agricultural Limited. The comprehensive plan designates this property and the surrounding properties as rural enhancement area. The property is currently occupied by a single-family dwelling as well as a detached garage. The approximate location of the existing dwelling is shown by the green square. The approximate location of the detached garage is shown by the blue square. The applicant is proposing to construct an accessory family housing unit upon approval of this conditional use permit. The proposed location of this additional dwelling, as indicated by the applicant, is shown by the red square. The applicant currently accesses the property through a shared drive that is shared by all 3 properties. But as you can see on the plat to the right, this drive does not follow the platted right-of-way, which is outlined in green. In addition to the right-of-way, there is another issue involving the access connection. On July 2nd, 2024, Goochland County updated its private road standards. These new private road standards increase the minimum road width from 16 feet to 20 feet. The minimum, excuse me, the driveway is classified as a private road as it provides access to at least 3 lots. The road currently does not appear to meet the current standards. The applicant hosted a community meeting on June 16th at Goochland Fire and Rescue Station 3. 8 citizens attended. The applicant explained the proposal, and discussion included the location of the proposed dwelling, the location of the proposed drain field in relation to the neighboring well, visibility of the proposed dwelling, setbacks, land disturbance, the size and height of the proposed dwelling, and well types. 2 members of the public expressed concern with the proposal, with 1 additional member expressing support. With the draft conditions, this proposed use would be in compliance with the comprehensive plan. In addition to the standard conditions for this use, staff is recommending 2 additional conditions. Conditions 1 through 5 are standard conditions. Conditions 1 through 3 relate to the use of the property. Conditions 4 and 5 relate to safety. To resolve the issues of nonconformity with the access connection, staff has proposed that the road be brought into conformance before the issuance of a building permit for this proposed dwelling. Staff has proposed 2 options as to how the applicant may remedy this situation. The first option would be to rebuild the road within the access easement to current standards. The second would be to improve the existing road to current standards and move and replace the easement over the existing road. Secondly, in response to the neighbors' concerns, staff has proposed a vegetative screening requirement. With condition 8, this permit would be valid for a period of 10 years. The last condition is the county's standard transfer and lease language. Finally, I'd be happy to answer any questions from the commission at this time.
Thank you. What questions?
I do.
Yep.
The shared road, is the applicant willing to make those changes to that road?
The applicant has indicated they are willing to make those changes.
Okay. Second, the second dwelling, approximately how large is that going to be? Square footage? Is it approximately the same size as the first dwelling? I'm sorry.
The proposed square footage of the building is 2,467 square feet. I cannot tell you what that is in relation to the existing dwelling.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Pretty large. Thank you.
And the amount of setback from the property line is approximately how much again?
This use will be required to meet principal structure setbacks, which from the side property lines is 20 feet from each side.
There was a community meeting. You mentioned there was a few people in opposition.
Yes.
Were any of those people the landowner where the new easement is coming through?
No. The easement, or sorry, the landowner up front,
Yeah.
no. The neighbors adjacent, though, are concerned.
Their concern being,
I believe they're here and they may speak on that matter.
okay,
But just, I'm referencing these property owners.
parcel B,
Yes.
thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Would the applicant like to speak?
Hi, my name is Yohali, and this is my husband Daniel, and we are here representing my in-laws, who are the ones that put in the application for the conditional use permit. If you guys have any questions, feel free to let us know. Thank you.
Do you have any questions? Any questions?
I guess my question would be is what's the concern of the people that own parcel B with your project?
I believe one of their concerns was the driveway, but I'm gonna let them extend on that. I'm not really sure what their concern is. I know my in-laws have accepted to widen the current road that is there and then do like the new easement there.
Right?
And they are willing to, obviously that is on them to get that taken care of.
Any other questions for the applicant?
No.
No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will now open the public comment period for this case. Would anyone like to come forward, either from this main hall or from one of our overflow rooms? If so, please come up, state your name and address, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
I'm on the list, so I wasn't sure. Can I go now?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Katie.
Yes, Katie Martin. My husband here, Josh Martin, live at 2200 Mannequin Road. And I'd just like to clarify on the whole driveway, I'm actually opposed to changing it. I'm in favor of just leaving it and you guys not having to do anything with it. So I've emailed you guys previously and just wanted to make sure that it made it into the minutes, so that's kind of why I'm here speaking. I can go back through the emails if, that I sent y'all, if
That would be helpful.
Okay,
Yes, please. Thank
absolutely.
you.
I'm writing as a resident of the property owner at 2200 Mannequin Road regarding the proposed conditional use permit for the accessory dwelling at 2202 Mannequin Road. First, I want to express that I fully support responsible development, and my intent is not to prevent my neighbors from improving or expanding their property. I understand the value that accessory housing can bring to our community. However, after reviewing the proposed site plan, I have concerns about the location of the proposed structure as it currently relates to the privacy, character, and enjoyment of my property at 2200 Mannequin Road. Specifically, the proposed placement excuse me, of the accessory dwelling is in very close proximity to my backyard and living area, and I'm concerned that with even the proposed screening, the structure's location will significantly impact the privacy of our outdoor living space. Alter the character of my property in ways that are not sufficiently mitigated by landscaping or fencing, affect my ability to comfortably enjoy our yard and our home. To address these concerns while still allowing the project to move forward, I respectfully request that the Commission consider requiring the applicant to relocate the proposed accessory dwelling further down their property, ideally closer to the existing living quarters or garage. I believe this adjustment would better balance the needs of all parties, preserving reasonable privacy and enjoyment without preventing use of their property. Additionally, I would like to suggest that the county consider revising the easement agreement to maintain the driveway in its current location rather than creating a new access point through the existing properties. Keeping the driveway where it currently exists would help minimize new disturbances to neighboring properties and preserve existing usage patterns. In addition to that, we're concerned about the potential effects of construction and ground disturbance on our well, which is located very close to the area where they're proposing. We're worried about the structural integrity and long-term safety of our well system, and evacuation occurs so close to it. Respectfully request that this aspect be considered by the Commission. Did you guys have any questions for me?
I do. To make it easier on you, is there a better location, or is it just a slight moving of where it is? It's an odd-shaped piece of property.
It is an odd-shaped property, and it's very slanted.
Okay.
The property itself. I don't know what their availability is down there. I just know where the proposed lot. I mean, I sent pictures in this morning. I'd be happy to turn them in. It is so thin through there already. Seeing their property, that having a home right there, our backyard where our pool is, and we entertain.
Right. I understand.
And it's just and as you mentioned, it's a pretty large home that they're looking to build.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's kind of hinder right in our space.
Got it.
So I want them to be able to build, but
Sure.
I'm just wondering if we can be open to some other location to where it's not infringing on our property lines.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
You did say it's a slanted property. So I assume that as you get farther from the road, it drops down? Is that what you mean by that?
So the shared driveway, the two homes, my home and the front neighbor, it's flat. But to get down to their home, you have to go down a pretty large decline to get down. So from my house down to them, it's a pretty large decline.
All right, and to the garage that they have, are you familiar with that? Is that a downhill grade as well?
It is slanted down.
Yeah, that's what you mean by
downhill from where
that,
we're at, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And I feel like where they're looking to build is more at the top of where the slant, is kind of
All right.
is
So
going
you
down.
prefer it be more down toward the garage?
I do, yeah, because, we don't really see the garage. I mean, I can see it, but it's
Right.
not,
Okay,
it's not there,
that seems fair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ben? Yes. Would the applicant be available to talk about making those changes?
Would you like to come up to respond?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So there is a reason you've proposed this location.
Yes. The lot is very weirdly shaped, and I know ideally my in-laws wouldn't prefer the house to be in the location that it is set to be right now, but just playing around with the setbacks and the soil evaluation.
Setbacks and their well is on the line. So for our septic, we have to have the house there and put the septic on the other side of the property. That way his well does not affect it, and we respect the feet that
The
they
setbacks.
ask in, the setbacks that they ask in between the new septic and then his well.
So you're saying that there's no way you could move it even slightly down out of her backyard and toward your garage?
Because the setbacks on the garage, I don't know what is the setbacks, but I don't think we can put close to the garage because the setbacks require a big amount on feet.
I'm not sure I understand setbacks.
Yes. So in addition to for a principal structure, which would be a dwelling or an accessory dwelling,
Right.
they're required to have, be 20 feet off of the side property lines, which would be these three as well as this one.
Yep.
And 35 feet off of the rear property line. The garage may be located closer than that. As an accessory structure, it's only required to be 5 feet off of a rear and side property line.
So it seems there would be some room available to slide that second dwelling down toward the garage to at least get it somewhat out of the way? Does that make sense?
It is a awkward shaped lot,
Yeah, I see that.
with great constraints.
If it goes straight south, straight towards the garage, can still have the same.
It's the only place you can go.
Is there a driveway going to the garage currently, the blue? Is there any type of a driveway going to that right now?
Yes.
So this would eliminate that driveway, correct? Or would there be now,
We will have the house on the other side of the existing driveway. The driveway will be stay on, where is it?
so there's also a driveway that's going to be next to the proposed?
That driveway is for the entrance between Mannequin Road and our property.
But is there a driveway
Yeah.
right now extending from, go ahead, Ben, around all the way back to, yes, all the way back to that blue garage back there? And would that driveway be is it going to be on one side or the other of this proposed house, or is it going away?
Will be stay on the same,
So where is it right now?
Right by the
There's a
garage, I
corner
would
parcel
imagine,
B.
To
right?
the right of the proposed house.
To the right of the proposed
Yeah.
house? So, but between your property and their property?
Correct,
Or it would be between the proposed house and their property?
correct.
Okay, that would make vegetative screening difficult if there's a driveway there. But,
¿Cuántos pies tienen todavía de su del driveway a la propiedad de ellos? 13, 14 feet? I believe so. The driveway is located exactly to the right side, and I think from the driveway to their property, it's about like 13 to 14 feet. So there is, I know on here it looks a little bit thinner.
It does,
I don't
yeah.
have any images with me, like, to show exactly how it is right now. But there is enough space to do like the plantings that are being proposed. And then, ¿cuánto más mide la casa? Ese pedazo no lo midieron? Like how much it is?
I'm still kind of hung up on, I get what you are with the garage, I just don't know that you can make that dwelling, as we see it on this map, move down south toward the garage to at least help relieve your neighbor's, interest in having some more space right behind her backyard.
Ben,
We'll-
what is the feet difference between the red proposed and the garage? What is that
in terms
approximately?
of elevation, is that what you mean?
No, just
Oh,
feet apart,
distance.
distance apart. Maybe give me
The
a
red
ballpark.
square only indicates the approximate location of the dwelling. The specific review of the location of the dwelling and to make sure that it's meeting required setbacks would take place during building permit review. At this time, this is a conceptual plan.
Okay.
Ben, is it possible, well, maybe this is a better question for you. Can we make it so there's not a new easement as part of the conditions?
Mr. McLaughlin, the easement is a private easement that sits on the property. So, and my understanding of this, and I will let Ben speak to this, is this is a code compliance issue with regard to entrance and the number of dwellings and/or lots that are to be served by this private road or driveway. But the easement itself was put there when the original landowner subdivided the property, and it goes back a little bit in time, if I remember correctly. But the county is not a party to that easement, it's a private easement. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think so.
Please.
On the left side of the new property, I'm sorry, the left side of the new building or the new thread, we will have the septic lines. Because on the right side is his well, so it's why when we was doing the soil test and all the evaluations for the septic, they put the septic on the left side. Because on the right side he has his well, and his well is not deep enough. We need about 100, I think it's 100 feet from the septic to his well, and is why the house is there, because we will have to have the septic on the other side.
Okay.
Council, may I share with the planning commission the applicant's soil evaluation that they submitted?
I don't see a proposed drain field.
Well, that's what I was saying.
There's no proposed drain field, so I'm not sure what it's supposed to show.
Approximate.
That's for that.
But that's for that, yes.
Existing house. Proposed dwelling.
There's the driveway going by there.
Right here.
Right driveway there.
Right. But I don't see why they can't drop this just a little bit closer.
And as they move that way, they're dropping terrain.
I get it, but I mean, not sure.
And they can't go in that direction because of the septic field.
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not sure how much that's really gonna help.
No, it's a question.
So there's their well, so that's this dot on the map here.
Right. But you see, this is where their house is. So if you move this down, they're much further away. Thank you, Ben.
So what we're looking at is just a draft from Matthews Soil. It shows where all the existing dwellings are, the barn, the proposed house. It shows where the new septic would go and the well locations. Just explaining that to everyone in the crowd.
So initially on the first meeting, I know, so this issue was discussed, and I'm aware that my in-laws initially wanted to build a 2-story home, just because of like the width of that piece of land. After hearing their concerns regarding the property being located there, they have accepted to do it a 1-story house. That way it's not that high up and it won't invade their privacy as much as a 1-story or a 1-level home would.
As a 2-level home would.
Well, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
You're representing your in-laws.
Correct, yeah.
I'm just wondering whether we shouldn't have them here to kind of make a decision that you don't have to make for them.
They're here with us. We
Oh, I'm
just
sorry.
decided to come up here due to the
Oh, I didn't know
language
that.
barrier.
I'm sorry. I thought they were not available.
Yes, they are present today.
Got it. Okay.
He's willing to also do 8 feet fence, privacy fence.
Can you push the mic closer a little bit so everybody can hear you?
He's willing to build a 8 feet fence to hold the privacy.
Okay.
And
In the
then put-
backyard?
Yes, and then all along their property.
So an 8-foot privacy fence.
And then some evergreen bushes that will be growing also could be help the privacy a little
Okay.
bit.
Helping.
high.
And are those listed as conditions, Ben?
No.
The 8-foot fence? I don't think that was.
No, I
There
think
is
she's
no
just
fencing.
offering them
No.
now.
There's no fencing.
That is not a current condition,
Right.
just a vegetative screening.
Okay.
So then, go ahead.
I was just gonna, can we talk to
Yeah.
each other?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's been explored how far south
Right.
they can go. I'd
Right.
really want to see them come a little further south.
Yep, I agree.
I was looking at the topo on the map and where the new drain field would go and the proposed well. I'm not sure. I think it might be possible, but if not, I'd at least want to see like a letter from someone saying that it's not possible to go further towards the barn.
I agree.
I'll do that. Would a deferral until that can be explored?
I think that's the answer.
Maybe the March meeting as, what would that be?
March 19th.
You have February 19 or March
March
19.
19th, okay.
Madam Chair, I believe you'll want to close the public hearing when that time comes.
My apologies.
Well, or is anybody else?
Would anyone else like to speak? No one in there, okay. I'll now close the public hearing.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission defer consideration of conditional use permit CU 2025-00011 application by Jose Carmen Correa Arellano and Ana Isabel Ramirez Ojano to February, March. March?
Let's do March.
March.
March. I'll second.
Mr. Kimmerly.
Aye.
Mr. Patek.
Aye.
Ms. Kowalski.
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Aye.
The motion to defer to the March 19th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting passes on a 4-0 vote.
Thank you.
Our third public hearing item tonight is in District 2 and District 3, RZ 2025-7, application by S. Barbie Cox III, requesting a proffer amendment to rezoning case RZ 2006-26, Project Rose Retreat, to waive zoning ordinance section 15353, requiring right and left turn lanes on 225.612 acres on Poorhouse Road, approximately 0.9 miles west of Sandy Hook Road, on tax map numbers 311019A, 30270A10, 30270B10, 311019, 311019B, and 311019D. The property is zoned residential preservation RP with proffered conditions. The comprehensive plan designates this area as rural enhancement area.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Madam Chair, again, for the record, my name is Carrie Ragland, and I'll be providing the staff presentation for this application. As stated, this request is in both Districts 2 and 3 and is an application for a proffer amendment to rezoning case RZ 2006-26 for the purpose of securing a waiver from the county turn lane requirements. The vicinity map on the left shows the subject area outlined in red, while the aerial photo on the right indicates the subject property also outlined in red. For a better reference, the parcel is located south of Poorhouse Road, about a mile east of Route 522, which is Sandy Hook Road. The zoning map on the left demonstrates the property as the RP Residential Preservation District and the adjacent properties as the A2 Agricultural District. The comprehensive plan map on the right demonstrates the subject property and adjacent properties all as rural enhancement area. The property was approved for a rezoning in 2007 from the A2 Agricultural District to the RP Residential Preservation District for a 45-lot subdivision. A tentative plat was approved by the Planning Commission in 2008, but expired in 2020 as no further action or permits were taken on the property. Staff understand that the reason for no activity was primarily due to the timing of the approval around the 2008 recession. In 2024, the county code requirements for access management changed, requiring a left and right turn lane for the proposed development. The development was not grandfathered into any previous code requirements due to inactivity. Today, the developer must either install the turn lanes or receive a waiver from the Board of Supervisors in the form of a proffer amendment. The request before you tonight is to consider the proffer amendment to rezoning case RZ 2006-26. No changes are proposed other than adding the 13th proffer, which is proffer M, to request the turn lane waivers. The new proffer requests a full waiver from the left turn lane requirements and a variation from the right turn lane requirements. The slide shows the proffered concept plan. The image is quite busy, but I'll point out the proposed developments shaded mostly in gray here, which is 2 internal loops with 45 lots surrounded by open space, and then the entrance proposed here on Poorhouse Road. Access management now requires that developments located on a collector road, as defined by the major thoroughfare plan, with 5 lots or more, must provide a right turn lane. Similarly, developments with 10 lots or more on a collector road must provide left turn lanes, as Poorhouse Road is classified as a major collector in the MTP. Poorhouse Road is classified as a major collector. Thank you. Let's see. County code requires an auxiliary lane and turn tapers for turn lanes. The applicant is proffering a right turn taper into the development, as demonstrated in the image on the right, but it is not a full auxiliary lane. Therefore, their request is for a waiver from both the left and right turn lane full requirements. The code further identifies 5 factors that the board should consider with the waiver request. These include site distance, road alignment and grade changes, frequency of rear-end crashes along the roadway, traffic volume, speed limit, and capacity analysis of the receiving roadway. To address these concerns, the applicant has provided a letter addressing the 5 factors, stating that the entrance location exceeds the VDOT required site distance along Poorhouse Road, that no rear-end collisions have occurred in the past 8 years, that the proposed development would generate an additional 534 trips per day, that the statutory speed is 55 miles per hour, and that with the addition of the proposed development, Poorhouse Road would be at approximately 12% of the roadway's overall capacity. Their letter further argues that there is not enough developer-owned right-of-way to install the left turn lane pursuant to the VDOT design standards. Also submitted with the application was a turn lane warrant analysis prepared by Grove Slade, which states that a left turn lane is not required by VDOT's standards. The slide provides a visual reference along Poorhouse Road at the approximate site entrance, showing both an eastbound and westbound view. Reviewing the comprehensive plan, the subject property and all adjacent properties are designated as rural enhancement. Some definitions are provided here on the screen. The application is consistent with the comprehensive plan. A community meeting was held on November 12th, 2025. 4 citizens were in attendance, along with Board of Supervisor member Jonathan Lyle and Planning Commissioner Martin Dean. Questions were raised regarding the provided traffic study for the development, the existing traffic at the intersection of Poorhouse Road and Route 522, secondary access for the proposed development, and timelines for construction. Staff also answered questions regarding the rationale for the 2024 Access Management Code changes and which other applications had received the waiver since the code changes. On this screen is the precise new proffer language, which requests the 2 waivers from the Board of Supervisors, but also proffers the right turn taper as demonstrated on the approved conceptual plan. And proffer C is at the bottom of the screen for reference as they reference each other. Madam Chair, this concludes the staff presentation. The applicant is here and does have a PowerPoint slide as well. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Any questions?
Just so I understand it, VDOT is not recommending they put in either turn lane
Correct.
by their standards, pardon me. But the county does.
Yes, sir. The county has stricter code requirements.
So there's really not a choice.
The code does provide provisions for considering a waiver.
Okay.
Poorhouse Road is 55.
It is.
Unposted speed statutory is 55.
That's fast.
What was the thinking behind the rationale of the new ordinance for a right and left turn lane?
I believe it was generally for safety, and there's some language in the code which calls out the reason for some of the auxiliary lanes. I included a snippet on one of the slides. I can bring that up, but it just generally for safety.
Do we know what the site distance in feet from that proposed entrance on either side around approximately? Was that ever?
That's something that we generally see in the precise measurements with the plan of development. So we don't have the opportunity
So we're not
to
even there.
engineer that at this time. I believe that's something the applicant has considered, but there's no plan of development at this time for staff to confirm.
But you did show 2 photographs looking east and west.
Yes, sir. I can pull those up again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I will note this is at the approximate entrance location. I can't be certain,
Sure.
you know, a couple dozen feet one way or the other.
You mentioned that they don't currently have right-of-ways for the left, full left turn lane,
Yes, sir.
but they do for a taper?
Yes.
And do you know if there's been an attempt to gain right-of-way?
I believe the applicant will discuss that at his presentation, and my recollection is he has asked and has gotten mixed answers.
It says in there, it increases traffic by 530 some cars, is that right? Do you know the calculation, how they come up with that number?
It's based on an ITE count, so that essentially there's a book that they use to generate the number of traffic expected for developments, and it's a standard calculation.
For 49 lots, it would be an extra 534 daily trips.
For 45
Or
lots, yes,
45
ma'am.
lots, I'm
They had
sorry.
stated 534.
Yeah, roughly it's 10 trips per house. So.
People have more things to do than I do.
I believe that their
no,
traffic
when you-
expert is here as well, if
Think
you
about
have
it, it's, you know,
specific questions.
Leaving 5 times, coming back 5 times
Yeah.
with, a family of
Yeah.
how many? So,
Okay.
So I guess the question is how much does a taper help versus a full turn lane?
The code calls out the need for an auxiliary lane in order to move traffic off the road. So the taper does allow for traffic to slowly turn in, but it doesn't provide a full auxiliary lane for traffic to pass by.
Thus, that would be the full.
That would be the
lane,
full
turn-
auxiliary
turn
lane.
So partial versus full.
Is there any thought on VDOT putting any signage around this entrance if the turn lanes are waived?
That is not a discussion that we've had with
no.
VDOT. As VDOT doesn't require the turn lanes, I wouldn't imagine there would be a requirement for
Yeah.
any different signage.
I thought. Any other questions?
No.
no, I'd
Okay,
just like to
thank
hear
you.
from the applicant.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to come up and speak?
Why would you do that? Front, back, Thank you, Chief.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Jeff Geiger, here on behalf of the applicant. I appreciate the Commission's consideration of this waiver request. I thank Ms. Ragland for a good summary. I'm going to dive into the details just a little bit more, touch on a couple things that she mentioned, but my goal is to dive in a little bit more on the details. As she mentioned, this case was approved roughly about 20 years ago. And in that, at that time, the board had the foresight to say, you do need a taper for that right turn lane. And we're here to say, we're happy to do that, no problem. We're just asking for permission to move forward on the same basis that the board approved it 20 years ago. This is a drawing. It's a close-up of the intersection that Ms. Ragland showed you. It does show what we are proposing and what the board approved 20 years ago. There is a right turn taper. It's 150 feet long. So you have enough time for the car to begin its movement into the taper and then be making the turn before another car passes. I believe the question was asked, who did we talk to? What are we trying to do? And in order to meet the VDOT requirements, yes, Ms. Ragland is correct, you have a higher standard for providing a turn lane. It's just unfortunate that VDOT controls the roads. And so VDOT says, we would love for you to put in turn lanes, but you need almost 800 feet because it's not just the turn lanes, it's the transition that you have to achieve. So I put this slide together to show you the length of land that is needed to achieve 2 simple turn lanes. And it's really the left turn lane. Now, we did speak to our neighbors on the other side of Poorhouse. The one neighbor has a lot of frontage. He's willing to work with us, no problem. Unfortunately, that's not enough, and I'll get to that in a minute. The other 3 neighbors that we spoke to and we need land from in order to finish the transition, it's not the turn lane, it's just the transition that VDOT requires. They said no. So that's why we are here today. If they said yes, we'd be moving on. Now, I mentioned that there is one landowner on the other side that has a lot more road frontage. He's willing to help for the good of the county and the county's goals. And so we went to VDOT and we said, hey, can we get, and this is allowed, it's called a design waiver. Can we get a design waiver for a different type of turn lane length and transition? No. Our way or no way? As much as we would like to be able to control what VDOT does and be able to assume some level of reasonableness, it is unfortunate their process doesn't work that way. So I'd like you to recognize we're not here just because we want to and we're just trying to do it the easy way out. We asked again to VDOT, and we're here because we can. And as Ms. Ragland mentioned, yes, your zoning ordinance in 2024 did add a higher standard. But when the board adopted this amendment to the zoning ordinance, it realized that it couldn't happen every time because you had other forces. The government just couldn't dictate to VDOT what would happen. The government couldn't just dictate to landowners what would happen. And so they put this process in place for a waiver. As Ms. Ragland mentioned, we do meet the requirements. We will meet the site distance requirements. We have already looked, Ms. Ragland indicated that that's a later time. I want to let you know, we've looked at the site distance. We have no problem meeting the site distance requirements. And I think that's an important point I would like you to consider. Even after this waiver, we have to go and get the entrance permit from VDOT. And VDOT will approve that entrance permit only if it's safe. And so it's not just us coming to the county and asking for this. There's then a second layer of approval and checks via VDOT. There have been no rear-end collisions. Why do we encourage turn lanes? It's safety. It's safety about the through movement. And there is not, when you look at the history on this road, there is not a rear-end situation occurring. You have cars making left and right turn lanes on this road today, but it's not a safety issue. Traffic volume, again, this is a traffic engineering question, but it's too low to warrant the turn lanes. Speed limit's 55. Man, I wish I could convince VDOT to lower speed limits. As you all know, they do a traffic study. A speed study is the only way to get the speed down. If you guys see black lines across a road and they're two next to each other, drive slower because that speed has to come down on those when they're measuring. It's the only way they'll lower the speed limit. wish we could change it. And then the capacity analysis. Just want to let you know, the existing trips, our trips, are just 10% of the existing road capacity. There is a lot of space between these cars on Poorhouse that adding this entrance does not present a safety problem. As was mentioned, there is a history for granting it. The most recent was along River Road. River Road has an ADT of over 4,000 trips a day. When we did our first analysis, Poorhouse had 800 trips a day. Staff pointed out to us it had actually fallen to 640 trips a day. So just wanted to let you know that. And again, in summary, we're here to ask that we be allowed to move forward with what the board previously approved, which is just that right turn taper lane. We are here to ask for the waiver that they thoughtfully built into the zoning ordinance, because there are going to be times when property owners aren't going to sell land in order to put in road improvements. And we meet the requirements for the approval of the waiver. So on behalf of the applicant, I'd like to ask that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the waiver request that is before you. I'd be glad to answer any questions that the commission may have at this time.
A taper on a road, you're at 150 feet.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you, is that a standard feet? I'm sorry, let me rephrase. Can it be more? Can it be less? Or what's the standard for a taper as far as the feet?
I've done a taper at 50, I've done a taper at 100, I've done a taper at 150, I've done a taper at 200. So what we've done is the standard, the length wasn't specified, and we've maxed it out as much as we can without hitting the next landowner.
Okay.
If I may show you one thing, I'd like to just because you're asking, I'd like to just get it out there.
Please.
You can see here on this, I focused on the north side where we were asking for land, because that's where VDOT wanted us to put the additional land in. As part of our conversation with VDOT, we also asked, could we expand on the southern side of Poorhouse? We have two constraints. One is a cemetery. We really don't want to impact the cemetery. You can see this small square, it's labeled cemetery. And then there is a slight curve in there. And as you guys may know, VDOT has rules for everything. And curves have rules too. And so if we expand anything on the right-hand side, we're all of a sudden outside of their geometry curvature requirements. And so they're not looking for us to do it on that side. Where they want it is on the north side of Poorhouse.
Thank you. Other questions?
So even if you wanted to make it a 200-foot taper, you can't because you don't own the property to extend it into the 200.
You're correct.
And if we approve the waiver, or if the Board of Supervisors approves the waiver, you still have to go before VDOT,
Yes, sir.
and they could deny that.
Yes, sir. They could deny the entrance design. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Any discussion or? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. Thank you. I will now open up the public comment for this case. If anyone would like to come forward, please state your name and address. And I will again pause in case there is anyone from the overflow rooms.
Spencer Warren.
Oh, go ahead.
Excuse me.
Hi, I'm Spencer Warren. I own a property that's kind of adjacent to where this entry is. I don't really have like a proposed answer or anything like that, but as far as like my
I'm
concerns.
sorry, could you give us your address, please?
Yeah, 2851 Poorhouse Road.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's right next to the entryway, but my house is set back far enough, like I wouldn't even see it or anything like that. But But I do have general concerns about the road because it is just, I'd call it a single lane country road, you know. It's, there's no center line, there's no shoulder. If you're going 55 miles an hour, school buses go on the road, it's not wide at all. So if you're going in opposing directions as, say, a school bus, you have to slow down from the 55 miles an hour. And if you're in a truck, pickup truck or anything, like you have to give way because the road is just not wide. I get that there's been no accidents, that it's low volume, but also adding in 45 houses approximately doubles the number of houses on the road and doubles the traffic that's on the road. So, you know, whether that's safe or not, I'll leave it up to the board to decide. But yeah, those are kind of my general concerns, and just like for the board to consider those with regards to whether or not a turning lane. I mean, I think a taper on both sides would be probably ideal. I don't know how an actual left-hand turn lane would even look in that spot, you know, a full turn lane, but I think that the taper would probably be the best deal. Just given that when you're going, you know, in opposing directions, you got two cars heading at 110 miles an hour at each other. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of my general concern. There's also a large tract of land that's directly across the street from there. So who knows if that could potentially be developed later on as well. So yeah, those are my concerns for the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else care to speak? I will close the public comment period for the case.
Yeah, I share his concern. I know there are other tracts in that area that have been considered for development, and I believe there are tracts being considered right now for additional development. I feel like the road, if we grant waivers here, how do we then eventually enforce our ordinance on turn lanes in the future? I really am inclined to not waive our ordinance for this one. But
So a taper is
go ahead.
better than nothing,
a taper is better than nothing, yes.
and it's not as good as a full turn lane.
Right, and I
And
understand
the county
that.
wants to enforce the turn lane.
Yes, and I feel like the developers are the only way we're going to be, we can't get VDOT to widen the road. I think the only thing we can do is expect the developers to add safety to the road, so.
I guess the one thing
Yeah.
I think about
Mhm.
is that even with the development, it's still under capacity.
Indeed, right now.
Just because this one's approved doesn't mean the next one has to be without a turn lane and proper.
But it sets a precedent.
It does set a precedent. That's what I'm concerned about.
Potentially, not if the capacity is changed, but just my thoughts.
Okay.
Well, and I think a lot of that is if or when another development, you know, this was approved back in 2007. I mean, we're talking about
Right.
a completely different, almost.
20 years is a long time.
Yeah.
But at the end of Poorhouse Road, if you make head south, there was Serenity Trails was considered right there near, and that would have been traffic onto this road as well. So there's a move to develop this area, is my point.
I also share road concerns.
Yeah.
I love turn lanes. We were actually, for the River Road development that our gentleman referenced, we
Right.
actually said, no, we do want a turn lane. They're
Yeah.
safe. That's a safe way
Yeah.
of going. But we also can't be in charge of putting in a center lane and lowering the speed limit. That's not in our wheelhouse.
Yeah, we can't do that either, so it's a difficult situation. I acknowledge that.
And I share that. It's it's not the one development, it's the 4 developments. And you can't back up on number 4 when things suddenly are a problem and
Yeah.
have the other entrances improved. I've kind of observed that on Hockett. It's grown into, quite a nice road in some spots.
In some spots, and the same thing, Fairground Road, same thing. The
The
nicest spots
safest places on Fairground Road are is where there's a turn
where
lane.
there's a development, yeah.
And our board voted to change that recently. I think we should enforce that.
And, all right, so,
Any other discussion? Would anyone like to make a motion?
So is this a double negative situation? So
Well, not-
if we deny it,
We're just denying
The
the
waiver.
request for a waiver.
So there, I'll make the motion. Based on the information in the staff report and from the public hearing, I move that the commission recommend denial of the proper amendment RZ 2025-00007 application by S. Barbie Cox III on the grounds that it is not in keeping with the public necessity and convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practices.
I second.
All right. Mr. Dean?
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Ms. Kowalski?
Aye.
Mr. Patuk?
Aye.
Mr. Kimmerly?
Aye.
The motion to recommend denial passes on a 5-0 vote. This case is tentatively scheduled to be heard by the Board of Supervisors on March 3rd, 2026. It moves forward with a recommendation of denial from the Planning Commission.
Okay, we have one more case. Before we get started, because we're going to be here for a while, we are going to take a 5-minute recess. Get up, stretch your legs, use the restroom if need be, and please come back in 5. Thank you.
I think that was the right thing to do.
Yes, but we have to, someone has to be there to let us back in. But I'll go with.
No, I think we had to do it.
spill, don't spill.
Hold on 1 second.
Get a little pick me up here at 8 o'clock at night.
Yes.
Okay.
Next time.
I get grumpy after 9 o'clock anyway.
Get a cookie, right?
Yeah, I got like 12 people online watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting back up in 1 minute, please.
Oh, so there's more than 1 minute?
Yeah,
Here we go.
Why is this? Doesn't sound like it.
You on?
Our final case is going to begin here shortly. If everyone can have a seat. Your turn.
Our final public hearing item this evening is in District 1, CU 2025-12, application by Virginia Sports Park and Training Center at Goochland requesting a conditional use permit, CUP, for skeet shooting range or course and other similar ranges or courses on an approximately 85-acre portion of 372.967 acres on Walton Road, approximately 0.4 miles north of Three Chop Road on tax map number 6109A, and a portion of tax map number 61070 and 61057T. The properties are zoned agricultural general A1, and the CUP is required by County Zoning Ordinance, Section 15102. The comprehensive plan designates this area as rural enhancement area.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Ben Ellis. I am a planner with the county. For you is an application by Virginia Sports Park and Training Center at Goochland, also known as VSP, for a conditional use permit for skeet shooting range or course and similar ranges or courses. The property is located on approximately 85 acres on Walton Road in District 1. The map on the left shows the general vicinity of the property within the county. The map on the right shows the property outlined in red, and the property as well as the surrounding properties exhibit a rural character. The proposed use is found on the western portion of the property in this general vicinity. Again, the proposed use is found in the western portion of the property of the outlined parcels. The location of the proposed use is zoned A1 agricultural general, as is most of the larger parcel in much of the surrounding area. Located in pink are B1 business general zoning districts. and located in purple are industrial zoning districts. These industrial zoning districts correspond to the Midpoint Industrial Park. The dark green are RR rural residential zoning districts. The comprehensive plan designates the area of the proposed use, which again is the western portion of the property, as rural enhancement area. The commercial, industrial, and county state institutional parcels collectively comprise the Haydensville Crossroads, which is one of the county's rural crossroads. Rural crossroads provide necessary goods and services to the surrounding community, but are not meant to accommodate significant new growth as encouraged in other villages. To clarify, the proposed use lies outside of this area. The property is currently owned by Luckstone Corporation, a portion of which is being leased to the applicant, Virginia Sports Park and Training Center. The area of the proposed use is roughly outlined in the picture. The property is on the Goochland County, Louisa line, which is approximately right along here. Luckstone owns the north portion of the property in Louisa, which is approximately 250 acres in size. It is not part of this application. Located right next to the property is also Interstate 64, located right here. There is a cell tower permitted under CU 1999-3, located on the larger of the three parcels just out of frame, and therefore not in the area of the proposed use. Otherwise, the property is vacant. The property appears to have been logged in the recent past. A logging road can generally be seen here. Located on the property is Deep Creek, which flows into the South Anna River, which is a tributary of the York River. The red highlight area is the FEMA 100-year flood hazard area. Limited structures are permitted in this area.
I don't see any red on my screen. That's what
It is very
Oh,
faint.
Thank you.
Yes. As indicated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as by the applicant, there may be wetlands on the property, largely around the branch of this creek. In 1997, Luckstone was approved for a quarry on the main parcel of the property. The extraction area would be located on the other side of Deep Creek from the proposed use. The sole permitted access point for the quarry is Old Fredericksburg Road. One of the overburden placement locations would be located where the applicant's proposed use would be. Luckstone indicated that they have no current plans to begin operations on the site. Staff would like to especially point out that Luckstone is permitted to blast on the property from the hours of 9:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. Luckstone does not have a quarry permit for their property in Louisa County. Staff would also like to point out that as an approved use, Luckstone could submit plans to the county at any time. These plan reviews would be administrative, meaning that as long as Luckstone shows compliance with the county's laws, the county would be obligated to approve the plans. I'm so sorry. This is a site plan that was provided by Luckstone associated with their quarry permit.
All right, Ben, while you're there. So the red line that I see, that's the county border?
The county line, before it was delineated with, a couple years ago, delineated more precisely the county line between Louisa and Goochland.
Okay, that's what I mean, yeah. That's the Goochland, Louisa County line, and the colored areas to the south of that are all the Goochland mining activities that have been approved.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The applicant is proposing a sporting clays course, which will also have skeet shooting, 5-stand, and trap shooting. In addition to the shooting sports, the applicant is proposing indoor and outdoor archery, including 3D archery. There would also be a clubhouse and maintenance and accessory buildings. A rendering of the clubhouse is shown on the right. This rendering is conceptual. It may or may not look like this in the future. Skeet shooting is typically made up of 8 different shooting positions oriented in the same direction in an arc, where the targets are thrown from the high house on the left and a low house on the right. Targets can be shot as singles or as pairs in a predetermined order. 5 stand consists of 5 lined up stations in which which have target throwers placed randomly out in front of the shooters. Trap shooting consists of a trap house in the middle of the field from where the targets are launched.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir.
So as you've depicted it here, this shooting is from ground level. Is that accurate, or are these some shooters sometimes elevated?
For the uses I have shown you so far,
Yes.
they are typically at ground level.
Thank you.
Stations for multiple shooters are found in an arc behind the trap house. Wobble trap adds variation to the launch angle and direction to increase difficulty. The bulk of the property would comprise of a sporting clays course. Unlike other shotgun sports, sporting clays are not thrown from standardized positions. This is meant to mimic the spontaneity of animals in the wild. It is usually comprised of multiple stations, each throwing at a different angle and direction that take advantage of the natural features of the land. As such, it can be likened to a golf course. And Mr. Kemmerly, to follow on your question, from personal experience, and as you can see in the illustration,
I do see them here.
they can be elevated, yes. Before you is page 1 of the applicant's conceptual plan. The general area of the sporting clays course and other shotgun stations is found here.
Can I ask another question? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
go ahead.
The boundary shown here on the western part is different than what was shown in some of the previous charts. It shows a necking down and a curve back up to the north. Which is the true boundary of their lease area? Is this it, or is what it was several charts back?
If you're referencing the area shown where I had the FEMA 100-year flood hazard area, that's an approximation by staff just to demonstrate the hydrological features of the property.
So this is
This is what the applicant has submitted to demonstrate where their use will be occurring.
Okay, thanks.
The area for the clubhouse, archery, and parking is found in this corner. Walton Road is right here. The applicant is showing 5 stand skeet and trap shooting right here. Along the north and south edges of the property are the sporting clay stations. Here and here.
And those are the elevated?
They could be.
They could be, okay.
The stripe coloring shows the potential range of up to 100 yards. They would be accessed by an internal access road shown along here. Vegetative buffers are shown along the edge of the property boundaries. That's the green along the edge. Along the northern property line, shown in the hatch pattern, are proposed berms. Located here, and located here. They are only shown on the northern property line where, where there is limited existing vegetation. There would also be gaps in the berms to allow for drainage, currently proposed here and here. The light green in the middle of the property is the engineer's preliminary analysis of wetlands. This page of the concept plan shows the first phase of the entrance area. Shown are the vegetative buffers, a gravel parking lot, well area, a septic drain field, stormwater basin, access road, as well as a temporary trailer and temporary toilets. This page shows what the area would look like fully developed. We have a more developed parking area. The vegetative buffers are remaining. Stormwater basin remains. The main building, clubhouse area would be there. Indoor archery, outdoor archery. I believe this is a maintenance building. The applicant has requested permission to operate unrestricted from 8 a.m. to dusk, 7 days a week. The staff has proposed limiting the discharging of firearms between the hours of 9 a.m. to sunset, Monday through Saturday. Staff proposed these changes for a few reasons. First, sunset is a defined specific period of the day. Dusk is a period of time. Additionally, in response to community concerns about noise, staff has proposed limiting shooting entirely on Sunday. The applicant indicates that they expect 20 to 25 guests on a given weekday, 40 to 70 guests on a weekend, and 85 to 125 guests for events. The applicants also indicate that they will eventually be 3 to 4 full-time employees on the property in addition to several part-time employees. As part of business operations, the applicant would also host tournaments and events related to the shooting course. The applicant has asked for no restrictions for tournaments and events. Staff has proposed a limitation of 12 tournaments per year. Events could include fundraising, corporate, or educational events. The image on the right was produced by staff to illustrate what a 300-yard shot fall zone would be at each proposed station. Documents from the National Skeet Shooting Association and the Boy Scouts of America require a 300-yard shot fall zone as a part of course design for safety. This is to ensure that the shot has enough room to safely land without injuring any persons or property.
All right, just to be clear, can you back up, please? It looks to me, do I understand this correctly, that there are two, well, certainly one that has overlap, and the one next to it almost. Do you see what I'm talking about? Can you point to them, please? That one right
yes.
there, or the next one over to the left, it looks like it is under the 300-yard arc of one of the other shooting stations. I'm guessing that's one of the stationary stations.
Yes, staff.
And the one just to the east of that is also very close to the arc of, I believe, the other stationary shooting position. Do I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
This was generated by staff using CAD software, I believe, based on the conceptual plan submitted by the applicant on the right.
Okay, thank you.
It is to the best of staff's ability.
All right.
The site of the shooting course is located largely to the west of Deep Creek, with the side stream running through the middle of the 85 acres forming a quasi-basin. It is along these side streams where there is the greatest potential for wetlands. The stations would be along the edge of the property along higher elevation and fire towards the center of the property. Shotgun ammunition, the shot, is often made of lead. Lead can be harmful to humans and other animals and cause negative health effects. Lead is naturally occurring, and it may move from the soil to groundwater depending on the type of lead compound and the characteristics of the soil. The ammunition produced, which is not made of lead, there is ammunition produced which is not made of lead. This is often used for waterfowl hunting, as lead has been banned from the use in waterfowl hunting nationwide since 1991 due to concerns about lead entering the ecosystem and food chain. Alternate shot types include steel, bismuth tin, and tungsten, as well as others, including combinations of different metals. The applicant states that they will develop and adhere to an Environmental Stewardship Plan, or ESP. An ESP is a long-term management plan to conserve natural resources. Staff proposed a condition requiring an ESP be submitted before plan of development approval. Noise is among the greatest impacts of this proposal. As stated, the applicant is proposing earthen berms on the northern property line and 50 feet vegetative buffers around the property as a mitigation effort. I will discuss noise further in a later slide. Lighting has also been a concern among the community. The county's zoning code regulates all outdoor lighting for commercial developments. All commercial outdoor lighting in the county is required to be dark sky compliant. All outdoor lighting for the proposal would be subject to these zoning code provisions. Internal access roads will, at a minimum, need to be constructed to provide access to golf carts or other four-vehicle, all-terrain vehicles. In order to provide public safety to respond in case of an emergency. This would be typical for this type of development, as many sporting clay courses operate with golf carts or other similar vehicles. The applicant held a community meeting on October 30th in this room. Approximately 170 citizens attended. The applicant explained the proposal, and discussion included traffic improvements on Walton Road, operating hours, location on the property, lighting, impact on property values, sound and noise, impact of lead, safety, and the notification of residents. Comment cards indicate 12 people in support, 9 were neutral, and 12 were in opposition at that meeting. An undetermined number of others verbally expressed either opposition or support at the meeting. In response to outstanding community concerns, the applicant held a second community meeting on December 9th at 5061 Broad Street Road. There were approximately 54 citizens in attendance. The applicant explained their proposal and discussed noise reduction strategies, impact of lead, light pollution, traffic concerns, and property values. Questions and comment from the public included traffic, the organization's 501c3 status, the availability of the facility to school-aged youth, operating hours, especially in regard to neighbors working night shifts, noise and sound, the status of the application submittal, public availability of the documents, noise studies, alternative sites, a decommissioning plan, coordination with Louisa County, Goochland County noise ordinance, litter on the roadway, the selling of concessions, impact of businesses, direction of traffic, proximity to neighbors, comparisons between other shooting sites and the proposed site, the applicant's commitment to noise testing, and the number of tournaments. Most citizens expressed concern with the proposal. The county's 2035 comprehensive plan establishes a framework for growth and development. The property is located in one of the county's rural enhancement areas. Rural enhancement areas include most of the county not already included in a designated growth area or major village. Rural enhancement areas exhibit a rural character with low-density residential, agricultural, forest, or other uses which are not planned for public or central utilities. Residential uses should include a significant amount of open space, limit the amount of grading and native plant removal, and create minimal visual and other impacts. These areas of the county play a significant role in the rural character of the community and should be protected from urban sprawl. Staff has determined that this use could be appropriate for the rural enhancement areas. This proposed use would be in compliance with the comprehensive plan. Staff states, however, staff does not have enough information to fully determine whether the proposed use sufficiently mitigates its impacts on the neighboring properties. It should be noted that the 2035 comprehensive plan includes many policies used as strategies for implementation. 2 of these are found below. Policy to protect residential areas from incompatible uses, and a policy to ensure compatibility with neighboring uses involving noise, screening, and lighting. At this time, a number of outstanding concerns remain. I will address these individually on the following slides. The public has expressed concern with lead discharge on the site. The proposed use entails lead shot, which could affect wetlands and floodplain on the property and impact water quality of runoff leaving the property, as well as filtering down to the aquifer. Staff is unable to comment on the appropriate mitigation measures as the applicant has not provided supplementary information or a finalized environmental stewardship plan for review. County staff also lacks the technical capacity to determine the efficacy of the lead mitigation practices. The applicant is proposing hours of operation up to 7 days a week. Staff has proposed more limited hours within the conditions to help mitigate potential impacts of near continuous operations on neighboring properties. At this time, the applicant has not agreed to these limits. The applicant has specifically objected to not being able to shoot on Sundays, as they believe it will be detrimental to their business operations. Staff is open to alternative hours of operation for the gun range, but we do not think that 7 days a week is appropriate. In response, the applicant has indicated that they could close the course to the public on Mondays. Staff does not consider this to be any different than to being open to the public. Staff At the time that staff had finalized our staff report, the applicant had not submitted a noise impact study. The impact of nuisance noise on nearby residential properties has been a primary concern raised at community meetings. Staff was provided with a sound study yesterday at noon. Having received this sound study with such short notice, staff is not able to assess the potential impacts of noise on neighboring properties. Additionally, on January 12th, the applicant did perform an on-site demonstration. In attendance were Supervisors Lyle, Vaughters, Spoonhauer, and Christie, as well as Commissioners Kemmerly and Dean. Some community members have had questions regarding the Goochland County Noise Ordinance. I would like to remind the Planning Commission that the Goochland County Noise Ordinance does not apply to commercial or business activity and does not apply to firearms. Any regulation of the sound or noise from this application must be done as part of the conditions if approved. This slide shows page 2 of the concept plan. The yellow circle shows within the yellow circle there is a temporary trailer and portable toilets which are non-compliant with the county code. The applicant's initial lease with Luckstone was for only 75 acres of the property. However, the concept plan submitted showed 85 acres. As such, staff had concerns about the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors acting on an application in which the applicant may not have had the proper legal authority. The county received a revised lease agreement and an amended application yesterday. Unfortunately, the revised boundaries of the lease, shown on the screen to the right, does not appear to comprise the whole of the proposed shooting facility. The apparent discrepancy is shown in the dashed red outline. However, all improvements on the conceptual plan can be built on the leased premises. As such, this concern remains outstanding. The applicant is proposing to hold tournaments and special events on the property. Although specific information regarding the frequency, scale, and other activities has not been provided. Staff has proposed a condition to limit the number of tournaments to 12 per year given the incomplete information. Staff has proposed 19 conditions for this use. I will read them in a moment. Number 1, use. A skeet shooting range, including a sporting clays course or other similar ranges or courses, including but not limited to indoor and outdoor archery, and uses such as concessions and the sale of ammunition may be operated on the property. This is CUP activity, subject to these conditions. Number 2, required approvals. The CUP activity is not permitted to begin until a plan of development, POD, is approved. The applicant has installed all POD improvements, and the POD improvements have been approved by the county, and the applicant has obtained any other approvals that may be required by any other departments, such as a building inspection certificate of occupancy or a health department approval, as well as any state and federal permits. Phasing. The applicant must provide a phasing plan at the time of plan of development. The CUP activity may be designed and built in phases, provided that the first phase includes the installation of a permanent structure and an improved well and septic system for the permanent structure. The first phase must also include the required berms and buffers, conditions 13 and 14. Each phase must comply with all federal, state, and local statutes, ordinances, and regulations. Number 4, concept plan. The areas and improvements for CUP activity shall generally conform to the concept plan attached as Exhibit A, prepared by Hewitt Solutions, entitled Haydensville Shooting Facility and dated November 24, 2025. Staff does have a comment about this condition. The concept plan shows uses that are not permitted as permanent structures, portable toilets, and temporary trailers. However, it is necessary to condition the concept plan with this use because it is the only means by which to restrict the use to the 85 acres as shown on the plan. A revised plan should be submitted that meets code requirements and shows the boundaries within the leasing area with Luckstone. Number 5, shotfall zone. Each shooting station shall have a shotfall zone of at least 300 yards downrange extended in all shooting directions that will be located entirely within the CUP activity area. No discharge of shot is allowed to land outside of the CUP activity area. Number 6, firearms. Only shotguns may be discharged on the property. Shotguns must be 12 gauge or smaller in bore diameter. Number 7, shotgun ammunition. No shot size larger than 7.5 is allowed. All ammunition sold on site must be used on site. Number 8, hours of operation. Firearms may only be discharged between 9 a.m. and sunset, Monday through Saturday. No firearms may be discharged on Sundays. Number 9, parking. A minimum of 17 parking spaces or more, if required by the POD serving the CUP activity area, shall be provided and maintained. If the applicant is pursuing a phased development and plans to host tournaments and events pursuant to condition 15B, then an overflow parking area is required and must be designated on the POD. Parking on Walton Road is prohibited. At the request of the zoning administrator, no parking signs must be installed along the road in accordance with the Virginia Department of Transportation regulations. Number 10, paving parking waiver. Pursuant to zoning ordinance section 15-316, a waiver is granted to the requirement that non-handicap parking areas must be paved. Non-handicap parking areas must be gravel. Areas for handicap parking must be paved. Number 11, internal access road. Internal access to parking areas and facilities for CUP activity will be as generally shown in Exhibit A and must be constructed and maintained in a manner satisfactory to both Goochland Fire Rescue and the Department of Community Development. Number 12, Environment Stewardship Plan. An environmental stewardship plan must be submitted to the Department of Planning and Zoning before approval of a plan of development. The environmental stewardship plan must describe how the applicant will implement best management practices on site. Number 13, berms. A series of vegetated earthen berms, a minimum of 8 feet in height, must be provided and maintained in the areas as shown on the concept plan. The minimum of 8 feet of height is measured to the top of the earthen berm prior to the planting above the location of the shooting stations. The berm must be planted with multi-rows of staggered evergreen trees planted 6 feet on center. If any of the trees referred to in this condition should die, be cut, or be destroyed, it must be replaced in 120 days. Number 14, buffers. A vegetative buffer of a minimum of 50 feet must be preserved around the perimeter as shown on the concept plan. Where no vegetation is present, 50 feet wide multi-rows of evergreen trees must be planted and maintained. These evergreen trees must be a minimum of 6 feet in height at the time of planting and must be planted 6 feet on center. If any of these trees referred in this condition should die, be destroyed, or be cut, it must be replaced in 120 days. Number 15, tournaments, fundraising, corporate, and other events. 15A, tournaments and events as part of the CUP activity are permitted on the property. 15B, the number of tournaments may not exceed more than 12 in a calendar year. 15C, for any event or tournament where the number of attendees exceed the maximum capacity of the site, as determined during POD review, the organizer must provide an event plan a minimum of 60 days before the event date to the zoning administrator. Furthermore, to ensure that the plan meets local and state regulations, the plan must include, at minimum, a site plan, details on fire protection and equipment, what type of security will be present on site for the event, a list of temporary structures that will be used for the event, what type of food services will be used, and where the temporary bathrooms and hand washing stations will be located, where parking will be located, and how traffic will be managed. The zoning administrator will route the plan to fire, rescue, sheriff, building inspections, Virginia Department of Health, and the Virginia Department of Transportation for approval. An event must be canceled if not approved by all departments at least 2 weeks in advance of the date of the event. 15D. Alternatively to 15C, the property may be designed for the CUP activity for a minimum daily capacity of a minimum of 125 people. An approved POD design for this capacity with all necessary improvements constructed is required before any tournament or event is held. The maximum capacity will be the lesser of the approved septic capacity or parking capacity, but this condition does not limit any other governmental department or agency from requiring an occupancy limitation. 15E, a special event permit is required for any organized gathering of 250 more people at a given time for the purposes of listening to or participating in entertainment, or 250 more people when alcohol beverages will be permitted, possessed, or consumed. This comes directly from the Goochland County Code. Number 16, annual notice. Annually, a schedule of CUP activity events, including dates, times, and estimated attendance, shall be submitted to the zoning administrator. And the schedule shall be revised and updated monthly as events are added, removed, or revised. Number 17, no trespassing. In order to notify individuals of the property's boundaries, no trespassing signs must be posted and maintained along all boundaries with adjacent properties. These signs shall warn the individual of an active shooting range. Number 18, compliance. All development and use of the property shall comply with all federal, state, and local statutes, ordinances, and regulations. And number 19 is the county's standard transfer and lease language. At this time, I'll be happy to answer any questions from the commission.
Ben, You had some limitations on alcohol use when there's an event. Is there normally alcohol going to be permitted in normal activities in this?
I believe the applicant would like to be able to serve alcohol as a part of corporate or events on the property. Alcohol, shooting under the influence would not be permitted.
How can that be?
Ultimately, that would be up to the applicant and the property owner to regulate. The county, would enforce any violations that they were made aware of.
Condition 10, if you'd like to back up a little bit, I just have a quick question about that one. It was about a parking, surface conditions. You said that non-handicap parking must be gravel, or is that just a may be gravel?
Get there. Areas for handicap parking must be paved. If I misspoke, that's
No,
my apologies.
non-handicapped,
Oh.
in it's condition 10.
Yes, must be gravel. I believe that's to prevent just dirt parking and then something that turns into mud.
But
when
it
rains.
could be paved as well.
The applicant has asked for the parking waiver. Paving is the normal requirement for parking in the county, but the county does pursuant to section 15.
All right, so it must be at least
316.
gravel, I guess is
Yes.
what that means. All right.
Ben, just a question on 7. All ammunition sold on site must be used on site. What's the thought behind that?
That it does not turn into a retail store.
Okay, thank you.
But they will permit ammunition not sold on site to be used on site. Correct? That's correct, right? You can bring your own ammunition in.
Provided that it's no larger than 7.5.
And is that the only restriction that's going to be placed on the ammunition?
That is the only restriction on ammunition currently proposed.
All right.
Going to condition number 3, please. Non-compliant structures, does this go back to one of the concerns about the portable toilets and the trailer or whatever they were proposing of having?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah. The non-compliant structures, that was one of your concerns.
Yes.
Our staff concerns.
Yes.
Is that because you're saying you want a installation of a permanent structure and those are not considered, even the trailer is not considered a permanent structure, correct?
County code requires that structures that are used for occupancy are permanent structures. A temporary trailer could be used, but only in regard to ongoing construction. That is not what the applicant has shown on page 2 of the concept plan, which is the purpose of staff's comment here.
Okay. One more question, the access roads to get to these stands. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are those wide enough for a golf cart or wide enough in case there's an accident that fire and rescue can get back there?
It'll be up, exact specifications would be determined at plan of development review, which would include the fire and rescue department as well as planning and zoning.
But as it's proposed, is it little trails with golf cart access only, or is it wide enough that if there is something that has happened that fire and rescue could get back? Or is that still unknown until plan of development?
The applicant has shown staff examples of other paths used in other operations, but I will let the applicant speak more on that matter.
Thank you.
Ben, there is a difference in restrictions contemplated between tournaments and events, but no definition of either of those. What would be considered a tournament versus an event?
Yes, that is a fair question. Certainly fundraising events and corporate events, and educational events would be to teach, children how to shoot, but that might not be competitive shooting, where a tournament would be competitive shooting. This may be an opportunity to provide further clarification between tournaments and events.
Yeah, most of the corporate team building retreats I've been to have been competitions, so that's
Yes.
why I ask.
Ben, in reference to condition 18, would that also constitute the environmental stewardship and lead mitigation?
The environmental stewardship plan is not a required, beyond staff requiring it. If you're asking if an environmental stewardship plan would be required by state or federal statutes and regulations, I'm not aware that it is. If there are applicable Department of Environmental Quality laws and regulations, the applicant would be required to follow them. To my knowledge, an environmental stewardship plan is not one of those regulations or requirements.
Okay.
The sound study that was provided yesterday.
Yes.
How does staff propose looking at that? Will they look at it just an internal, or will we seek outside?
In all likelihood, we will have to seek outside counsel or consultants.
So at the moment, though, you have no way to evaluate that sound study? You have not had a chance to evaluate it yet?
Staff has not had a chance to evaluate it yet, and staff may not have the technical capacity to analyze it.
Okay. Berms.
Yes.
8 foot above what?
The location of the shooting station.
So the top of the berm, I was having a little trouble reading the language. 8 foot above the highest, what, nearby? Anyway, there's a lot of.
Where the level of shooter is?
That's what where the gun, or, how far out do you go if there's anyway, this is.
Yes. The applicant's conceptual plan does include language I believe it'd be within 1,000 feet of the shooting station.
Within 1,000 feet. Okay, so it has to be higher, 8 feet higher than a shooting station within 1,000 feet.
Let me clarify. Let me double check that real quick.
Or, I guess as it's written, you could interpret that as it has to be, I realize the terrain here is kind of like a bowl, and they're talking about berms on the north side, and so.
Sorry, I must correct that. It is 100 yards, which is not 1,000 feet.
Okay. All right, thank you.
On the berms again, has the applicant provided any validation that those berms would accomplish sound mitigation?
If they have, staff has not had time to review it.
Okay. And I don't believe there's anything mentioned in the sound study for that. They just, the sound study, I think, just used existing terrain.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So regarding the CUP, you've got a line here that says that there's no CUP approval without a total POD.
Well, no CUP activities.
CP activity. That's a fancy way to say that they can't begin shooting until they have an approved POD in some form.
Okay.
Is there any expiration date on this, or any?
Staff has not proposed an expiration date.
And the thinking behind that?
Staff does not know, doesn't have a good idea of when the applicant may get up and running. And we would hate for them to come back in, say, 5 years and do this process again without making significant progress in their business operations. That
You say there's no quarry permitting it's not permitted for quarry activity right now, but if they were to request it, quarry activity would have to be approved. Is that did I read that right?
The quarry permit, well, Luckstone is the landlord of the
Right.
property, and as such, they could presumably terminate the lease agreement with the applicant here.
Right.
Their quarry permit remains valid, and if approved, this would also be valid, and they would have have the option of which ones they'd want to pursue at when, at either time. If they did both at the same time, presumably that overburden area would be an issue.
I believe what you're asking is that there's an active quarry permit in Goochland County, not in Louisa.
No, I guess what I was asking is, if we disapprove this, and Luckstone wants to do quarrying activity, is that better for the residents, or is it better for the residents to lock up the property with this? That's kind of where I was headed with that question. I'm assuming that Luckstone wouldn't be able, maybe they can break the lease early, but.
Yeah, I would like to add one thing, backtrack a little bit. I must apologize. We originally had a condition that addressed alcohol, and it appears to have been deleted in the number of revisions these
All right.
conditions have gone through. As such, it does not appear that there would be restriction on alcohol as far as the county's conditions would go. So any. Yeah, there's no current county.
So that's a state, probably a state regulated thing anyway, right? That's what I would think, is they would have to provide an ABC license or something like that if they were going to sell alcohol there. So it's probably not our point at all, our issue at all.
Don't they have to anyway from the size of it?
Yeah, probably. So I would say it's not really our.
For the sale of alcohol, I believe an ABC license would be required. I'm not sure what what the applicant is proposing. I think it would just, after your corporate event of shooting on the range, you have a couple beers, hopefully just two, because somebody, people need to drive home. But
Right.
I can also let the applicant speak to that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking this is not something we would regulate.
No.
As a commission, so. Hey, can you go back to the leased area with the red dotted lines that you had on one of your early slides? Could you do that, please? Because it looks to me like the shot zone area, the shot fall area, if they don't have that red, they're gonna have to redo, especially if you spread out to 300 yards as opposed to, it's even gonna pick up this bottom one or two shooting positions here on the south side. It looks to me like they extended the 10 acres out to the east rather than filling in that red corner area. So that looks like a problem to me. Okay. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions for
Yeah,
Ben?
let me ask another quick one. Lighting must comply, must be dark sky compliant. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yes, so generally, all light fixtures must, light is not allowed to emanate up. must be
right.
shielded down. Could probably go laterally, or down, but the light cannot be emitted upwards.
All right, and you're proposing that they stop shooting at sunset, which is
Yes.
30 minutes before civil twilight, I suppose.
Yes.
So I'm not sure what activities would be going on at night there anyway.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Is the applicant proposing this to be locked, gated, once hours of operation are over?
I will have to defer that to the applicant.
But there is no requirement for fencing all the way around, simply no trespassing signs is what I,
Staff has not proposed a fencing requirement.
okay.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Ben.
you.
Thank you.
Would the applicant like to speak? Forward, backwards, if you want to point against the pointer button.
Good evening, Madam Chair and the members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for staying late to hear this case tonight. First of all, I'd just like to set the record straight very quickly on a couple of
Excuse
issues.
me, real quick, could you provide your name, please?
My apologies. My name is Adnan Hamidi. I am the director of Virginia Sports Park. Virginia Sports Park, referred to as VSP, is not a gun range. We are a sporting clay and archery sports park. There's a vast difference. There will be no rifles or pistols allowed on this sports park, just for clarity.
Right.
We are not developers. VSP consists of philanthropists who have no financial gain from this project. We only wish to create a wonderful opportunity for our youth that generations after generations will enjoy. After the meetings and also discussing with staff and the community, certain concerns were raised. I want to provide a quick summary of those. Environmental. VSP is required to have an environmental stewardship plan which addresses monitoring, lead mitigation, and remediation.
Can I ask you real quickly, who requires that?
That's part of our lease with Luckstone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And which will be part of our ongoing activity, the ESP.
Okay.
VSP shall follow all state and federal regulations dealing with lead. Traffic was the other issue. A county-mandated traffic impact analysis was conducted by an independent engineering firm. The county has accepted the findings of the mentioned TIA. Property values. This is a very subjective matter, and the rides on the market trends. Claim is without merit and beyond the control of all present here. Noise seems to be the biggest concern in this particular case. We have conducted 3 variations of tests. All of them concluded the same, very low levels of sound. Levels are within low range and very acceptable. A professional sound study indicates such. A live demonstration was performed on Monday, January 12, 2026. A total of 150 rounds were discharged in 60 minutes. In the audience were 4 county supervisors, 2 planning commissioners, county administrator, local residents, a supervisor from Louisa County, and numerous staff members. County was advised to use a decibel measuring device to evaluate noise at neighbors' homes, inside and out. We hope that those in presence were able to witness how minimal the sound presence actually was, and they utilized a sound measuring device. Our professional sound study reveals the same. At this time, I will ask an acoustic expert to address the panel about the findings of that test. Mr. Paul Thomas.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Paul Thomas. I'm with Applied Laboratory Services. We are a third-party independent firm out of Norfolk, Virginia. We conducted a noise study at the facility on January 8th. It included 5 noise dosimeters that were set up on the property at various distances. Those distances ranged from 50 feet behind the active shooters all the way out to 285 to 740 feet. Sampling was done in a triangular pattern so that we could try and capture a true analysis of the noise being exhibited. Those results, basically, we conducted sampling for a 2-hour period while active shooting was going on at clay targets. Approximately 150 rounds were shot during that period. The reason why we did the 2 hours of sampling was to compare to a normal event that would occur there. Normally, those events would occur in a 2-hour period, was our understanding. During this period, we recorded the measurements. Decibel readings for an 8-hour period ranged from 22.1 decibels to 52.4 decibels. The highest reading was collected 50 feet behind the shooters. The furthest dosimeter was set 740 feet at the property line near the nearest resident. The highest level on that for an 8-hour average was 36.8 decibels. The OSHA standards associated with noise is set at 85 decibels. Anything exceeding 85 decibels under the regulation requires hearing protection and noise mitigation. Based on our testing results, we feel that there is not any noise that is going to exceed those regulations. There are no federal standards on regulations. They are the federal hearing conservation programs basically put it back on the states. Each state has a various noise regulations. Those noise ordinances were put on individual counties and cities, which after reviewing the Goochland County noise ordinance, is my understanding that shooting was excluded from that. So we really didn't have anything to compare to for the Goochland County, so we refer everything to the OSHA standards. That's why we say 85 decibels. So well below hearing protection necessary, or even where it should be heard at distance of the surrounding residents. I have recommended, if this is approved, that additional noise sampling be done just to compile historical data for the site in case it becomes a concern. That's all I have.
I have a question for you. Is
Yes,
there, through your years of studies and research, have you noticed any difference between wintertime sampling versus summer and outdoor?
Well, it's a great question. And just a little bit about myself. So I've been doing this a little over 33 years, industrial hygiene, exposure monitoring, not only fire ranges, indoor, outdoor, but a number of other hazards as well. So in our experience, because vegetation in the spring and summer months, that will help reduce the noise levels as well. So when we did our testing, it was worst case scenario because the leaves are down, noise can travel a little bit further, but we didn't find anything exceeding those levels.
When you say it lowers, are we talking 2 decibels, 5 decibels? What, during the summertime? I mean, is it a minuscule amount or is it
I believe it's going to be a minuscule amount, without doing the actual sampling on the site, because each site is different based on the topography of the land, the surrounding vegetation. you know, it likely would decrease, but I don't have any data to provide today on that.
Thank you.
I want to clarify one thing, and it might have been confusing to the audience, is why I want to bring this up. I looked at where your sound monitoring stations were, and you've referred to one being 50 feet behind the shooter, right?
Correct.
When you say behind, when I look at the maps that you provided, it looks as if it's in front of the shooter, as if it's in the direction that the shooting is happening. So I guess my point is, were they pointed not necessarily directly at the sound measuring equipment, but in that general direction, or were you actually measuring behind the back of the shooter?
Correct. There was one behind the shooter as well. So the purpose of that was to make sure we're triangulating the sampling so
All
that
right.
we
Well,
had a
then
base to compare to.
Then I don't understand the, you've got the shooting position marked on one of your maps, and it looks as though that one station is on the other side of the shooter from all of the other 4 stations that you had, so. And I think you were measuring a peak levels there of 127 dB or something like that, so.
The peak, which is the highest
I understand.
recorded, yes.
Yeah.
So,
So it does, I don't know, to me, that sounded like it was not necessarily directly in front of the barrel, but in that general direction.
the sample behind them?
Well, what you were referring to is behind, so I don't know, to me.
If I was shooting in your direction.
Right.
It was a sampler that
Okay,
was 50
all right, well
feet behind.
then the map that I'm looking at of your sensor locations.
This map right here?
Yes, you're showing one to the right of the shooting position.
Sample 1 is directly behind them. It might be obscured by the little plot. The circle in the middle there was their firing location.
Right.
And they were firing directly towards sample areas 2, 3, and 4.
Oh, they were actually shooting back towards Walton Road?
Yes, sir. No.
No.
No. So they were shooting towards 64. If you look at the second map that's provided, which is
Yes, I see the second map.
So they were shooting in the direction of Interstate 64.
64 and,
Yes.
all right. Okay, all right.
In your expertise, if you put, we're all shooting on the ground, everything was done on the ground. If you put someone up 10 feet, does that change the noise level?
Very minimal.
Very minimal?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Thomas, I appreciate that lacking other standards, you're using OSHA as the standard. And I'm familiar with time-weighted analysis. We use that when we talk about hazardous materials, similar concepts. And that's important when you talk about OSHA, but let's talk about it in this situation. How is time-weighted analysis different than the instantaneous peaks that you experienced? And how might residents experience that noise, not over 8 hours, but at the moment?
Right. So one thing to understand when doing noise analysis, you have your L peak and you have your L max. So your L peak is basically your acoustical signal.
The highest measurement.
Right, the highest measurement of less than 100 microseconds, if you will. Your max is basically the measurement period for that noise event. So the time-weighted average, yes, is very important. And mind you, there were about 7,000 sampling points for each monitor during this 2-hour period. Each monitor was collecting that data. It's calculated based on the time-weighted average. So it does take into consideration your L peak and your max sound at each time.
Okay, I understand that. But how is that experienced?
Perceived.
When you have those high
Perceived
peaks?
noise level.
I mean, it's an average, right? We all know average is a
Sure.
horrible statistical measurement for things.
Sure. Well, I mean, you have a car go by that doesn't have an exhaust on it. Is it loud? Sure. The difference is when it comes to noise and noise conservation, it's over that 8 period of time. There is no other regulatory agency that has information on that when it comes to hearing conservation. So yes, you're going to have higher and lower with the buffer zone that they have there with the vegetation. The data that we have that dropped off even on that L peak and L max was significant at the property lines. So, you know, yes, you're going to have higher points. You're going to have multiple people shooting. Typically, my experience with clay shooting, with the monitoring that we've conducted, people take turns. You don't have 100 people shooting at, you know, one clay target. It's a process that works just like on a golf course where you take your turn to have your putt. So, you know, you will have some elevated, and that's why I suggested additional testing down the road if they do become operational, so that that data can be compiled and provided as well.
All right, and another question. I don't really understand how sound works, so I have a lot of questions. If you fire one shotgun and it has X decibels, and then you fire 3 shotguns at the exact time, is that 3X the number of decibels, or is it the same level, or something in between?
I mean, one would think, yes, you would have a slighter level of decibel readings. However, I don't think, well, I know through my experience that that is not a way a clay operational works. You're not going to have 3 people shooting at one target.
I understand. I just didn't know how sound worked. If you have a 50 dB sound and an 80 dB sound, is that 130 dBs, or is that 80
No.
dBs in the 50s mask?
No, and that's kind of the purpose for the 8-hour time-weighted average for doing that, is to figure out what that trend is. I mean, ultimately, if you have 3 people shooting simultaneously, you would think that the noise levels would be very similar. They're not going to increase significantly, you know, from what I've seen.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions?
I don't know how much time we have left, because
Yeah.
there's a lot of questions. If I may just take about
Yeah.
3-4 minutes and go through the PowerPoint presentation really quick.
Yeah, please.
Yes,
Thank
sorry,
you, I
we
appreciate
did
that.
take up some of your time.
Thank you very much. So, this is an overview. Most of you already know what this is, but just to go over some of the information on Virginia Sports Park. We want to talk about who we are. We are a 501c3 nonprofit charitable organization committed to building character, teaching safety, and strengthening families through outdoor sporting activities. We are not a shooting range. We're a community-focused sporting facility designed with Goochland's values at heart. Youth development, structured programs for character and skill building, safety education, we're big on safety education, professional instructors, and responsible outdoor activities. Community engagement, bringing families and generations together. Charitable commitment, operated as a nonprofit, reinvesting into programs, families, and charitable events. Serving our communities, we're a nonprofit organization, as we said, building a facility that serves the heart of our community, from Boy Scouts to schools to 4-H to multi-generational families seeking quality time. Youth organizations, our partners include Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, Young Life, and 4-H, to provide structured outdoor education that builds leadership and responsibility. Educational programs for board and community organizations focused on safety, teamwork, and outdoor skills. And family bonding, creating meaningful connections between parents, grandparents, and youth through shared outdoor experiences. What's our mission? Our mission is building character through outdoor activities. Our core values include build character in young people, teach comprehensive safety practices, promote personal responsibility, strengthen family bonds, foster community connections, instill and promote respect for nature and responsible conservation. Through structured outdoor activities, we create opportunities for growth, learning, and meaningful relationships. Some of the benefits to Goochland County: youth enrichment programs, providing safe, supervised activities that keep young people engaged, active, and learning valuable life skills in a supportive environment. Economic contribution, creating local jobs, attracting visitors to the area, and supporting Goochland businesses and charities through events and tournaments. Our capital investment is expected to exceed between $2 to $2.5 million in this. Conservation leadership, teaching environmental stewardship, habitat preservation, and responsible outdoor practices to the next generation. Community gathering space, offering a venue for fundraisers, school outings, corporate team building, and multi-generational family activities. Addressing your concerns. A lot of these we have addressed, and we will address after the citizens' comment period as well. Understanding the concerns, noise impact. The worry of shooting sports will create excessive disruptive noise affecting the quality of life and property values. As you've already heard from our sound expert, that noise is not an issue in this case. The reality is sporting clays, 5 stands, and wobble trap, they operate intermittently during limited daytime hours, not continuously, not late at night, and the activity is seasonal and weather dependent. An independent third-party professional sound study, which you just heard, basically revealed the same. Sound mitigation strategy. VSP will erect natural terrain buffers, berms, with newly planted pines. We'll utilize natural terrain buffers throughout the property. Engineered berms, evergreen plantings, new tree lines, strategic course layout pointing away from the residences, and target loads that minimize sound. Safety is our foundation. Professional instruction, mandatory safety training, supervised activities, and strict protocols ensure every participant follows best practices. Safety isn't a priority, it's our culture. Through thoughtful traffic management, located at Haynesville exit off I-64 with easy access, minimizing impact on area roadways. TIA conducted showed no significant increase to current traffic levels, and it has a controlled, limited use. Property valuation, we talked about, so this is based on market trend. This is outside of anyone's control. We're going to be champions of conservation, habitat preservation, and environmental stewardship education. This is a positive for Goochland. This is for the youth and generations to come. Family connections, youth opportunities, and community pride. Thank you for your time on that. And a couple of days ago, we had forwarded some responses to the draft conditions to all of you. And our responses are basically we're dealing with outstanding issues, draft conditions to the CUP, and fire marshal's review comments. Those are in there after the comment period. If you have questions on those, we're happy to address those with you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we are now going to open the citizen comment period.
We should start it.
Yeah, let's start. All right, let's go. All right, we welcome the number of residents who are engaged on this issue, and we want to hear from everyone who wants to speak at the public hearing. Because of the number of people here tonight, we have allowed people to sign up for public comment electronically before the meeting. This list is being used to help us better manage public comment and move efficiently through this process. During the public comment period, we are going to be calling up speakers in groups. We ask that you take a seat in the front reserved rows. This will allow everyone to still be able to see the screen and the presentation. Also, per the fire marshal, please remain seated and keep the aisles clear until your name is called. For those of you who wish to speak but have not signed up, we will hear from you after the people who have signed up have spoken. Everyone will have the opportunity to share their thoughts. For those of you yielding your time to someone else, you must come up to the podium with the person you're yielding the time to, state your name and address for the record, and then you may return to your seat. It is great to have so many people here and engaged on this issue, and we know you want to support speakers with whom you agree. But we want to ensure that the public is managed efficiently so that we can hear from as many people as possible. Therefore, please refrain from clapping, yelling, making snide comments, things that are going to keep us here longer. We do want to hear from everyone, but we don't want to make it where we have to do a recess or we have to take a break. A lot of us do have to go to work tomorrow, and we want to get through this as respectfully as possible. We are all here in the community together, and we do want to hear from everyone. For those of you, never mind. Please direct your remarks to the Planning Commission Chair. And once your name is called, please come forward and state your name and address. You will then have 3 minutes to speak unless you have been seated to your time. Again, when you first start to speak, the green light will come on, and then the yellow will indicate that you have 1 minute left. And then when it is red, that means your time is up. And please do respect that, as we do have many citizens to speak tonight. But again, if you are ceding your time, you will have more time. But just please be aware of the lights that do go on. We can now call our first public comment.
All right. If Karen Grief, Laura Corwin, Sandra Smith, Karen George, and David Sisson could please come to the podium. We'll have your seaters go first and cede their time. And then if we could just stage in the front row, Lindsay Gibson, Julie Duff, Ryan Farrell, Dan Richardson, and Sarah Lindeman. Thank you.
Good evening, panel and Madam Chair. My name is Karen Grief, 208 Duke Street. I'm going to cede my time to Mr. Sison.
My name is Laura Corwin. I live at 208 Duke Street. I'm ceding my time to David Sisson.
Sandra Smith, 208 Duke Street, ceding time to David Sisson.
Karen George, 175 Birch Street. I'm ceding my time to David Sisson.
Thanks, Mom.
Sorry about that. There we are. So for this, you have forward, backward, you're going to point.
Thank you so much. Hi, good night, or good evening. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Can you just state your name and address, please?
Yep, my name is David Sisson. It was the next line. I live at 5026 Ainge Road. I would be directly impacted by VSP's proposed range half a mile away. The VSP Community Impact and Site Suitability Report we prepared was sent to the county last Friday. The latest version is at no range on walton.com under community concerns, and it will continue to be updated there. I want to thank the commission for all the hard work they do. And like Mr. Kemmerly, I'd like to urge everyone here to engage in civil discourse, to be respectful of each other, even in deep disagreement, to be open-minded and seek mutual understanding, to be willing to compromise unless the health, safety, and dignity of another person is at stake. This Virginia Code outlines the Planning Commission's powers and duties, to the end that residential areas be provided with healthy surroundings for family life, and that agriculture and forestal land be preserved. These are at risk if this permit is approved. It is my personal belief an outdoor shotgun range can be good for a rural community in the right location. However, this location is wholly unsuitable. Here are the facts. Luckstone's site plan deliberately avoids Deep Creek and the wetlands. This is cool. Here. Blasting is limited and scheduled, and there's a half-mile buffer between the extraction area and the nearest homes. So from here to the nearest homes here. Whereas VSP's site plan overlaps both. Oh, skipped. These next two slides are in the report. This slide shows that based on full shot file zones, shooters cannot avoid depositing shot into the wetlands. Wetlands are emphasized in the middle there. This slide depicts the government's current assessment of the wetlands and FEMA flood hazard areas. There is no configuration of shooting stations that eliminates the risk to those outside the property. The proposed shooting stations are in black. Here's with the full shotfall zones. Negligent or accidental discharges do happen, and when they do, they can result in catastrophic consequences. Redundant systems need to be in place to eliminate as much risk as possible. Here are the 360-degree shotfall zones. They overlap with adjacent properties and homes, Walton Road, and Highway 64. Do not accept that risk when you can 100% prevent it. 1,000-foot setbacks ensure shotfall remains on the property. This table shows the number of homes surrounding the site, alongside 6 other ranges in Virginia. VSP likes to use Bull Run as an example. However, within half a mile, the area of highest impact, it's not even close. One of these things is not like the others. But sometimes a picture is the only way to truly experience data. VSP will always be on the left. One key takeaway is that 95% of the homes within 1 mile of any comparison range were built after the range was open, sometimes decades later. Here's Bull Run in Fairfax, 120 homes built after the range opened. Cavalier Sporting Clays in Hanover, 65 homes built after the range was open. And again, for Flying Rabbit in Mount Crawford, the homes are the yellow dots, in case that wasn't clear. And again for Old Forge, near east of Richmond. Only Central Virginia Sporting Clays had more than a few homes within 1 mile built before the range opened. It serves as one example of the maximum home density that should be considered for a new range. An even better example is Orapax in Goochland County. Orapax was permitted to operate an outdoor range in 2013. That permit is an example of the minimum conditions that need to be imposed. The range was 4 acres on the backside of a 670-acre lot. It was at least 0.8 miles from any residence and 1 mile from any road. These implicit Goochland County precedents must apply to VSP. Written setback conditions weren't necessary in that case because the range was well away from homes, roads, and property lines, and they were not allowed to move it. Any shooting range closer to homes or roads or with a higher home density than Orapax should be denied. The contrast is even more apparent at half a mile. I'll move quickly to get to the bottom line. Here's Bull Run at half a mile, Cavalier, Flying Rabbit, Old Forge, Central Virginia Sporting Clays, and Orapax. Here's all of those 6 together. Here's Virginia's sports park. The homes on these maps are like shotgun pellets hitting a neighborhood. While it only takes a couple of pellets to break a clay target, VSP would be the only range guaranteed to be absolutely lethal to the neighbors. On the right are all 6 comp ranges combined. Only 15 homes were built or already existed within half a mile of any of those ranges in the combined 207 years of operation. On Walton Road, there are already 35 pre-existing homes within half a mile of VSP, 120 within a mile, over 500 in 2 miles. Only Bull Run in Fairfax can rival that home density beyond half a mile. And if Goochland reached that density level, we're no longer rural. There are 10 homes in a quarter mile. The 3 closest homes are 600 or 700 feet away from the nearest shooting station. Full transparency, homes of range owners were not depicted. However, not even homes not even their homes were as little as 600 feet away from the nearest shooting station. When the half mile is depicted for all the shooting stations, you can see the full extent of the impact. Why does it matter? Shotgun noise travels long distances. Exposure can damage your hearing. This slide can be found in the report, so I'm not going to read it all. In short, the closer you are to the source, the louder the noise, and the less time you can be exposed before it damages your hearing. Under the right conditions, a shotgun can be heard from 2 miles away. That's 500 plus homes affected. This chart shows decibel levels with example sources. Also in the report, homes up to a mile away could be subject to noise between 85 and 105 decibels or more for simultaneous shots. According to the CDC, allowable exposure to noises above 94 decibels is counted in the minutes, not hours, before hearing damage occurs. 10 homes within a quarter mile would experience 97 decibels or more. That's 30 minutes or less of allowable exposure. This is while outside their own home. Hearing damage isn't the only adverse effect from noise of this nature. The unpredictable shots can also cause stress response, leading to other health concerns. VSP is incentivized to make the range as popular as possible. VSP plans to be open more days per week and more hours per day than any of these public ranges. Conservative estimates of average shots fired are 10,000 per day during the winter and 17,000 during the summer. That's 10,000 shots a day, all day, every day, for the rest of our lives. Or 10,000 cars without exhaust. The evidence shows that no one chooses to live within a half a mile of a gun range if they can avoid it. At a minimum, the following conditions must be opposed. An environmental stewardship plan for lead, which I'm glad is required. Noise limits measured at the property lines. 1,000-foot setbacks for shooting stations from property lines and 1,500 from roads. Shooting stations no closer than 3/4 of a mile from a home. Fewer hours per day and fewer days per week. If the Board of Supervisors fail to impose all of these conditions, that precedent means there could be a commercial gun range on any Goochland parcel as small as 85 acres and zoned A1, A2. There are nearly 360 such parcels in Goochland County. An unconditioned permit would act like a dinner bell to anyone looking for a sympathetic county to open a commercial outdoor shotgun range. Imagine a range near you, operating from 8 a.m. to sunset, 365 days a year. Next time it could be you. If you want it to be you, contact VSP. Based on these facts, my hope is that VSP will recognize how unsuitable this site is, withdraw their application, and continue the search. I hope they use our feedback and our report to help them improve their engagement with their next potential neighbors. I want to believe that VSP didn't fully comprehend and appreciate the negative impact both on the community and the environment. I want to believe they were not willfully ignoring it. I hope they needed only to be shown these facts to come to the same conclusion that an outdoor shotgun range does not belong on Walton Road. Recall that I asked everyone to be willing to compromise unless the health, safety, and dignity of another person is at stake. While the facts presented here prove that the health, safety, and dignity of the Walton Road community is exactly what's at stake if VSP is granted this permit. VSP should find another location that isn't guaranteed to be lethal to their neighbors. Thank you again for your time and consideration. I'll be here all night, happy to answer any questions. And is there any slide you want to see again?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Ryan Farrell, 2820 Sandy Hook Road, and I'm ceding my time to Sarah Lindeman.
My name is Dan Richardson, 287 Jerry Lane. I'm ceding my time to Sarah Lindeman.
Julie Duff, 4978 Winter Lane, and I'm ceding my time to Sarah Lindeman. Nicely done. You have forward, backward, and now okay. Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Lindeman, and I live at 287 Jerry Lane. That is off of Walton Road. I'm a resident of Louisa County, but my property abuts the Luckstone property, which is divided, as you have seen, along the Louisa County-Goochland County line. I have 13 years of professional experience in large-scale wetland, environmental, and land use permitting. As a professional, I have submitted, received approval, and managed compliance with numerous conditional use permits in Virginia and other states. The zoning code of the county, section 1560, provides standards to use as guidelines, as you have seen this evening. It states the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the conditional use will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, morals, comfort, or general welfare. I posit that there is not enough information in this application or in the concept plan to ensure meeting this standard is possible, and I will talk briefly about each criteria. I'm going to try to move at a good clip, so I appreciate your patience. Safety, first up. The concept plan does not show any security measures or perimeter fencing, as we have discussed this evening. The staff report suggests adding a condition that no trespassing signs must be posted and maintained along all boundaries, and warn of an active shooting range. For an active shooting range with 14 stations that point towards occupied residences or an interstate highway, this is not acceptable. I urge the Commission to require the applicant to prepare a safety plan which includes appropriate perimeter security and details all measures dedicated to safety for users and neighbors of the proposed range. At the initial public meeting, the applicant showed a video from YouTube on where to find the safety on a shotgun. This is not an adequate substitution for a project-wide safety plan. The applicant has not provided any comprehensive information to neighbors on what measures they will put in place to keep our families safe from a public gun range adjacent to our properties. Sections 1565 and 1566 relate to adequate access roads and ingress and egress with particular reference to vehicular and pedestrian safety and convenience, traffic flow and control, and access in case of fire or other emergency. While the applicant conducted a traffic impact analysis, it does not consider the full access route from I-64 and excludes two intersections through which 70% of the site traffic will travel. That is what is shown on the screen behind you. The route in purple is what matches what's shown from the traffic impact analysis conducted by VSP. What's shown in blue and yellow are my assessments of how to get from 64 to the site. What you'll notice here is that Three Chopped Road connects to 250 at the red circles. The impact analysis stated that 70% of the traffic would be leaving the site and turning left on the purple route. What happens after that purple route ends is not included. My understanding is that 70% of that traffic would then move on to access 250 back to 64. You can see here that neither of those intersections were included in the analysis. While VDOT was a part of that, I contend that this is not adequate and is a misrepresentation of the route the traffic will take to the site. This is a screenshot which you will also see from the plan that our neighborhood group has prepared. This is one of those intersections. This is where Three Chopped Road meets 250 on the southern end. And this is a small gas station and a market. It's a dangerous intersection where many residents have already experienced, near-miss incidents and regularly witnessed dangerous driving behavior. Residents have identified this as a concern at every opportunity to speak publicly, and it remains a significant cause of concern for many. I urge the Commission to require a revised traffic impact analysis, which includes both of these locations and addresses the other deficiencies I have identified in my previous comments to staff via email. The study this applicant furnished was also conducted on Saturday in the summer and did not account for weekday traffic during all proposed hours of operation, school bus routes, or traffic associated with special events or tournaments. Morals. There's a lot to be said here, but I would just like to point out that the staff report shows several maps which show home locations, but it does not include Louisa County data. I recognize that I'm not one of your constituents, but I would also like to point out that there are a number of homes and residences that may be impacted by the proposed project for those of us in Louisa County with no recourse to provide more formal comment or work with our county to address our concerns. I've reached out to Louisa County and have never heard back from them. Public health. The concept plan does not include enough information to determine whether the project will have a negative impact on public health, either to immediate neighbors or those in the downstream watershed. Nearly all the proposed shooting stations, as you have seen, point directly into areas identified by a desktop GIS analysis as wetlands. Wetlands are typically larger than what is depicted in these desktop analyses, so it is impossible to determine the extent of any impacts to wetlands without a formal wetland delineation and issuance of a jurisdictional determination by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Likewise, it's not possible to know the level of the water table and potential groundwater impacts without a more specific study. This is important
because wetlands and acidic soils can cause accelerated leaching of lead into surface and groundwater, potentially impacting downstream water quality. The EPA issued a report in 2005 that includes best management practices for lead at outdoor shooting ranges. It was prepared with support from the NRA and the National Shooting Sports Foundation. It indicates that most human exposure to lead associated with shooting ranges is through lead-contaminated soil. It demonstrates that lead shot particles, or dissolved lead can be moved by stormwater runoff, and dissolved lead can migrate through soils to groundwater. Based on my review of the USDA Web Soil Survey, most of the soils on the project site are acidic or sandy, which means that they are more permeable and more susceptible to lead leaching and dissolving. The applicant, as we have seen, has not provided a lead mitigation plan or provided any substantive details regarding long-term lead management on site, nor have they proposed any best management practices in writing consistent with this EPA report. I urge the Commission to require the applicant to prepare a robust lead mitigation plan and to require them to incorporate the EPA's recommended BMPs. I also urge the Commission to put conditions in place similar to those in the Orapax CUP, which you have heard about this evening, which required soil sampling and a surety bond to cover the cost of lead removal from the shotfall zone if the range ceases operations. There's a lot about the noise study that you have heard today. I have some further concerns. I do not think this is a substitute for a thorough analysis conducted by properly independent third-party professionals. I urge the Planning Commission to require the applicant to conduct a formal acoustic study following ISO 17201-1-2018, which is a study specific to noise from shooting ranges in residential neighborhoods. The ISO stands for the International Organization for Standardization, and it's a group of non-governmental experts which regularly publish technical standards that are used across industries. In my industry, it is the gold standard for acoustic studies. Comfort and general welfare. Section 1562 of the code states that the conditional use will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for purposes already permitted, nor substantially diminish and impair property values within the neighborhood. The applicant has not prepared a formal property values assessment other than what you have heard, so it is impossible to determine if the use meets this standard. It is difficult to imagine a scenario where living next to a public gun range, which operates from 8 or 9 in the morning until sunset, 6 or 7 days a week, would increase the value of any of our homes. At nearly all other public gun ranges in the Commonwealth, the range was constructed first and homes were built after the range was established. That is not the case here. The applicant has stated that the property will be used to host fundraising, corporate, and other special events. As I understand it, this is not a by right use of land zoned A1, and it is an additional use case beyond the gun range. The property is within a designated rural enhancement area, as you know, which is defined as low-density residential, ag forest, or other uses, which are not planned for public or central utilities. While the range may utilize a septic system, assuming they move past portable toilets, it is a facility that will be open to the public, and it will not be utilized as a residential property for agricultural or for forest use. I contend that there is not enough information in this application that the proposed public gun range will not have a negative impact on existing residences in the immediate vicinity. The applicant has also not provided any information on alternative sites that were assessed during the purported years of development of this project. I urge the Commission to require the applicant to conduct a formal alternatives analysis which considers other sites of similar size and proximity to the interstate which are further from residences. In summary, I believe the Planning Commission must defer voting on this application until the applicant can demonstrate that their proposed project does not violate the ordinances. The burden of proof must be on the applicant to prove that a public gun range immediately adjacent to family homes is not detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, or general welfare of those who were here first. The proposed project does not meet the standard, and the CUP should not be approved. Thank you.
If we could have Mike Liptak, Joy Haynes, Josiah Donaldson, and Daniel Dalton to the podium, and then sitting in the first row, Amanda Olson, Sandra Bartell, Heidi Blaine, Joseph Bartell, Shelby Gibson, Douglas Duff, and Katrina Dalton.
Ready?
Yep.
Mike Liptak, 2400 Cheney Creek Road, and I'm going to cede my time to Dan Dalton.
Joy Haynes, 2418 Morning View Drive, ceding my time to Daniel Dalton.
Josiah Donaldson, 180 Horseshoe Bend, Bumpus, Virginia, ceding my time to former U.S. Marine Corps machine gunner Dan Dalton.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Dan Dalton. I live at 4621 Walton Road with my wife and soon-to-be 6 children, roughly 500 yards from the boundary of the VSP. First, I want to thank the county officials and staff who are out on Walton Road this Monday during VSP's shooting experience. It was great interacting with you, especially during the 35-minute pause in the middle of the demonstration. I genuinely enjoyed the conversations we had. I was very thankful for it. Just a little background on myself. Am I familiar with firearms? Like many of you, I was introduced to firearms at an early age by my father and instructed on how to safely use them. From shotguns to pistols to rifles, I fired more types of guns than the average citizen due to my service in the Marine Corps. I served from active duty from 2006 to 2010 with 2 deployments to Iraq. At the December 2025 Planning Commission meeting, and in correspondence with the county officials, Walton Road neighbors requested a formal sound study be conducted before any official action is taken on VSP's application in order to understand the impact of the range noise that would be generated on the busiest days, particularly weekends and tournaments. We received only the weekend before a notice from VSP that a shotgun demonstration would be conducted on site by VSP on January 12th, that Monday. VSP's shooting demonstration did not represent the type, amplification, or duration of tournament gunfire that is rapid, successive, simultaneous, and lasts for hours. Their demonstration included only 2 firearms, 2 locations, and approximately 40 minutes of shooting, 100 rounds in one location, 50 rounds in the other. With no sound engineer on site, there was no verifiable sound measurements that day. Their demonstration was representative of your average next-door neighbor running a single manual trap in his backyard, not a fun shoot which generates shotgun fire every 3 to 10 seconds and dismisses the reasonable concerns of Walton Road neighbors regarding the impact of 17 shotgun stations. A demonstration for county officials that influences the decision-making should have demonstrated the standard case scenario for noise, not the lightest case scenario. The county should not accept the January 12th shooting experience as remotely representative of what Walton Road neighbors will experience if this CUP is approved. This slide shows the approximate location that VSP indicated live fire would originate on January 12th. As you can see, the 2 marked locations are not even placed exactly where the firing stations would be constructed. They're there in the blue. This slide shows VSP's particulars. They confirmed by email they would be using only 2 shooters with rounds fired from only 2 locations. Beyond specifying the size of ammunition, they did not specify weight, load, or feet per second. I want to be clear again that what VSP conducted on January 12th was not a formal sound study and is not a replacement for a formal sound study conducted by a licensed engineer. From the onset of the demonstration, I recognized that VSP was using much lighter loads than what Walton Road neighbors use for clay shooting. On screen is a photo of the ammunition that VSP showed the county during the demonstration. I want to point out that the weight of the ammunition is 7/8 ounces and the powder load is 2 3/4 dram equivalent. The weight of the ammunition is important as heavier weights produce louder sound, especially when combined with higher dram equivalent. VSP stated to the county that this is the exact type of ammunition is used for clay shooting sports, which is true. It is equally true, though, that heavier weight and more powerful load can be used which produces a much louder sound. Upon conclusion of VSP's shooting, Walton Road neighbors asked the remaining officials in attendance, namely Supervisor Jonathan Christie, Supervisor Jonathan Lyle, Commissioner Martin Dean, and Goochland Planner Benjamin Ellis, if they would listen to a few shots fired from Walton Road neighbor approximately the same distance away at the closest proposed VSP shooting station to the closest family home, roughly 600 700 feet away. Mr. Sonny Williams fired several rounds from 2 different types of ammunition, representing a higher weight and load capacity than VSP's shooting experience. The difference in sound was apparent to all who in attendance, and even VSP representatives remarked to Commissioner Guy Kemmerly, who was on VSP land with them, that Walton Road neighbors were, and I quote, using much more powerful ammunition. Ammunition that the applicant stated would not be used for sporting clays, end quote. I want to state again, the heavier weight and higher load ammunition fired by Mr. Williams is used on clay shooting ranges. A promise is not a plan. If VSP's application is approved, it must be under strict condition that all ammunition must be purchased on site and that it must be the exact same low noise ammunition they state was used at their January 12th shooting demonstration. Shown is the first of 2 ammunitions fired by Mr. Williams. It is heavier weight than VSP's ammunition and produced a louder sound. Again, this can be used with sporting clays. Shown is the second type of ammunition fired. This had both a heavier weight and a heavier load than VSP's and produced a louder sound. Again, this can also be used for sporting clays. What VSP used on January 12th is on the lighter end of what is used on clay shooting ranges versus the higher end, as demonstrated by Walton Road neighbors. What VSP used should be the standard written into CUP if this application was to be approved. Nothing heavier, nothing more powerful, nothing louder. Tournaments. Goshen County staff noted in the report on packet 134, and I quote, the applicant states Mondays are the typical days for tournaments, end quote. The county should condition that VSP's CUP restricts tournaments only to Mondays per the applicant's own statement, and restrict to more than 6 times per year, with each calendar day on a multi-day event counting as an individual unit. A 2-day tournament would count as 2 separate times. Additionally, no alcohol should be served or consumed anywhere on site while range hours are in operation. Goshen has restricted alcoholic beverages on clay shooting ranges with the Orapax CUP. The county should condition that VSP's CUP restricts special events on weekends to no more than 6 times per year, with each calendar day a multi-day event counting as individual unit. A 2-day event should leave only 4 times on the calendar year. Again, no alcohol should be served or consumed anywhere on site during range hours. The county should not accept or approve VSP's CUP until a modified concept plan and shotfall plan be provided. Again, a promise is not a plan. VSP must revise their shotfall plan to correct the overlapping shotfall zones to ensure that a 360-degree shotfall zone does not fall outside CUP boundaries. This accounts for human error. Redundancy and safety parameters will ensure public safety. A 360-degree shotfall zone should not cross CUP boundaries. Property lines include residents or roads. The shotfall zone should not fall across or into wetlands. This is based on precedents at other ranges, such as Cavalier and Hanover and Middlesex County ordinance regarding outdoor ranges. Signage and fencing. The county should condition perimeter fencing and signs all around the shotgun range so that the access is controlled to ensure the safety of the public at large, including children. There are 35 homes within half a mile of VSP with over 20 children living in that area. Even rural Middlesex County has zoning ordinances requiring fences around gun ranges. In conclusion, these conditions, among others, should be imposed on VSP's CUP should it be approved. The ammunition specifications must be no larger than 7.5 shot, no heavier than 7 to 8 ounces, shall not exceed 2 3/4 dram equivalent. Velocity shall not exceed 1,160 feet per second. There shall be no more than 6 tournaments per year and only on Mondays. There should be no more than 6 special or weekend events per year. There should be no approval of the CUP prior to a revised concept shotfall plan to include setbacks from property lines, residents, and public roads. A 360-degree shot fall zone does not cross CUP boundaries, property lines, residents, public roads, or cross into wetlands. No shooting station closer than 1,000 feet to the nearest occupied home from any direction. There should be perimeter fencing around the range for the safety of children, residents, and the general public. Thank you for your time. Any questions? Okay, great. Thank you.
Ms. Dalton's group.
Good evening. My name is Douglas Duff. I own the home at 4978 Winter Lane, and I am ceding my time to Katrina Dalton.
Hi, my name is Shelby Gibson, and I live at 4395 Three Bridge Road, Powhatan, Virginia, and I am conceding my time to Katrina Dalton.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Olson. I live at 6085 Cartersville Road in Powhatan, and I'm ceding my time to Katrina Dalton.
My name is Heidi Blaine. I live at 7813 Fern Hollow Drive in Chesterfield, Virginia. I'm ceding my time to Katrina Dalton.
Hi, I'm Sandra Bartell. I live at 2340 Twin Creeks Lane in Maidens. I'm ceding my time to Katrina Dalton.
Hi, I'm Joe Bartell, 2340 Twin Creeks Lane, Maidens, Virginia. I'm ceding my time to Katrina Dalton.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Katrina Dalton, and I live at 4621 Walton Road. I've lived in the county for over 30 years, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. First of all, I recognize that it is not easy to mediate between the competing interests of property owners, and I want to thank you for the time, consideration, and effort to read through the body of research that we've submitted to you, especially in our Community Impact and Site Suitability Report. This is an issue of property rights and not even remotely a contention of Second Amendment rights. A majority of Walton Road neighbors think that VSP has a good idea, but their proposed parcel is insufficient and their layout negatively impacts existing property owners. A good idea cannot justify a bad location, and this fact is supported by 245 residents of Goochland, Louisa, and surrounding counties who've signed our petition just in the last 3 months. Per Goochland County Zoning Ordinance, Chapter 15, a conditional use permit application must prove that their permit will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, morals, comfort, or general welfare. Their use will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted. This is the standard by which the county must evaluate whether to approve or deny this application. On behalf of Walton Road neighbors, I contend that VSP has not met this burden of proof. Their proposed use will be detrimental and will endanger the public health, safety, comfort, and general welfare of our neighborhood, and it will be injurious to the use and enjoyment of our properties for the following reasons. Their stations are positioned around the parcel perimeter with no setback or acoustic walls to buffer by distance or barrier. Berms and vegetation provide little to no reduction of sound. There are no conditions restricting ammunition type to be low noise. The hours of operation are unreasonable and will diminish our ability to enjoy our own properties. This endangers our safety, comfort, and general welfare. Range users will be shooting over and into wetlands against EPA's recommendations for outdoor ranges. This endangers the public health, safety, and general welfare. The shotfall zones overlap and have no reasonable setback from property lines, public roads, and residences to mitigate consequences of range accidents. There is no proposed perimeter fencing to keep out children who don't read signs, pets, and the general public. This endangers public safety. This application also does not preclude Luckstone from developing a quarry as already permitted. Quarry blasts occur on schedule, and admittedly, nobody wants to live next to a quarry either, but at least I can schedule around it. However, VSP's own application has stated that it will not prevent Luckstone from having a quarry, meaning that we will be subjected to both kinds of noise. Additionally, VSP's application is incomplete, as they referenced a soil study on page 5 conducted by Luckstone that was not submitted with their application for county and public review. As proposed and conditioned currently, the adverse impact of VSP's proposal far outweighs any supposed benefit to the greater community. Any net good would be at the expense of immediate neighbors and does not remotely meet the standard in Goochland's zoning ordinance. At a minimum, the county does not have sufficient information to make a decision unless or until a professional sound study has been conducted and submitted for us to review ahead of time along with yourselves, and an environmental impact survey, which identifies wetlands and analyzes lead impact on them. These studies must be conducted and reviewed prior to considering the application. In December, we requested a formal sound study. It seems that they may or may not have done so. Shooting off only 150 rounds doesn't remotely represent what will occur on a fun shoot day, where you can have 1,100 rounds going off per hour. Similarly, the county cannot assess the environmental impact of putting thousands of pounds of lead into designated wetlands without a professional study. Goochland required an ESP plan for Orapax, a 2013 CUP to which I'll reference shortly, along with heavy bond requirements for lead mitigation and cleanup. Hanover also requires it for Cavalier, along with prohibiting their shooting over or into wetlands. We share county staff's concerns regarding overlapping shotfall zones on the concept plan, posing a danger to range users. But as currently proposed, there's a general public safety danger as well. These shooting stations are located on the perimeter of the CUP boundary with no buffer into adjoining property. A 360-degree shotfall, which would account for human error, misfires, or negligence, must be contained within CUP boundaries and not permitted to cross property lines, occupied buildings, or public roads. An updated concept plan should not wait for POD submittal. This is a safety issue that must be addressed prior to CUP approval. VSP stated earlier tonight that this isn't a gun range, but last I checked, when you're shooting clays, you're using a gun. So this is semantics. Shotguns are being used on this site. Safety should be the highest concern. Precedent exists in Goochland County to set reasonable conditions for the protection of existing property owners. In 2013, Goochland approved a CUP application for Orapax to operate a clay shooting range on the back end of their 670 acres at the farthest possible point from property lines, public roads, or the closest neighbor, who was situated 0.8 miles away. That's 4,224 feet away. In contrast, VSP shooting stations are approximately 400 feet from the property line, 600 feet from a family home, and 50 to 100 feet from Interstate 64. Orapax had inherently more buffering in their concept plan than VSP has in theirs. Without explicitly conditioning setbacks for the CUP, Goochland would be implicitly setting the precedent that any developer could acquire an 85-acre parcel in Goochland to develop a range and position its firing stations along the perimeter, no matter the range's proximity to residences. Now, Goochland has codified setbacks for other uses, namely quarries. Considering that this property is already conditioned for a quarry, the same minimum setback should be conditioned for VSP. At least 1,000 feet from the nearest occupied dwelling per Article 20 Use Standards 15-283F. Other rural Virginia counties have codified similar setbacks. 1,000 feet from any residence per Appomattox and Frederick. 500 to 1,000 feet from any property line, Rappahannock and Middlesex counties. 1,000 feet from any water body, including creeks, per Middlesex County. These are reasonable conditions imposed by other rural counties. Goochland will set precedent with this application, either by implicitly permitting conditions in violation of zoning ordinances or by imposing conditions that uphold the zoning ordinance. No other clay shooting range in Virginia is open every day of the year as VSP requested, or for as many daily hours. Goochland restricted Orapax's operation to seasonal, half a week, and from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Without also conditioning setbacks, though, even limiting VSP's hours to half a week during half the year would be detrimental to the nearby homeowner who works night shift. All of these conditions have to go together: setbacks, hours of operation, and specifying ammunition. Okay? This combination of setbacks would start to bring the dial closer to mitigating the noise nuisance upon neighbors, but it would need to be confirmed by a professional sound study. VSP should not be permitted to control the decibel levels for the majority of our days, weeks, and months. As such, their application should be conditioned by a noise abatement plan, including noise monitoring at least twice a year at the property lines conducted by a third-party sound engineer. It should also be done when more than 2 firearms are going off. It should be representative of a standard or heavier range use day. Permitted DBAs at the sound levels conditioned by Goochland County for the TOD, TZ in November 2025 is precedent. In addition to Goochland County precedent, similar conditions have been set by other counties, including Hanover County's conditions for Cavalier. All the aforementioned conditions assume that a formal noise and environmental study precede any decision by the county, as VSP has not provided sufficient information for Goochland to make an informed decision about the application tonight. And their submittal of information yesterday does not afford the county or the public time to examine in detail. Without a formal noise study, environmental study, and updated concept plan, the commission should defer their vote. At a minimum, the county must impose conditions as the current application is detrimental and endangers the health and general welfare of neighboring property owners. Our presented conditions are reasonable and based on precedent in Goochland, along with precedent in comparable counties. As a mother who spends the majority of our days educating our soon-to-be 6 children at home to be responsible, considerate citizens, I ask that you would defer your approval or deny it outright as being unsuitable for the proposed location. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If Linda Morris and Lindsay Steele could come to the podium, and then Kent Cantwell, Rebecca Stedman, Heather Cantwell, Dennis Kastner, Paula Patterson, and Stan Patterson have a seat in the front row.
Hi, my name's Linda Morris. I'm at 4125 Clay Morris Estates, and I cede my time to Lindsay Steele.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Steele. I live at 5034 Ainge Road. And I thank you for allowing time again for me to speak. I introduced myself in December to you and testified to the acidic water in my home, and I'm 0.5 from the range. I also would just like to add, I have 2 streams on my land that feed into a pond that I share with my neighbor, the Wares. And so there's one thing that I wanted to talk about that VSP stated in both of its community meetings. It said very proudly, lead is legal. I'm very happy to hear at least that the staff tonight recognize the seriousness, but it concerns me that they so publicly seem unconcerned with lead. I teach at Glen Allen High School. I teach ceramics. And so my field of study has been, of course, with ceramics and glazes. And so when they said that, it definitely affects me because I know right away that lead is not legal in ceramic glazes anymore. It's also not legal in pipes in our home or paints. And I can probably find other things that it's not legal in because people know already it's not at all good for humans. In fact, it's a cumulative thing. So any heavy metal that we use, and when I have mixed glazes, I have to wear a respirator mask, goggles, gloves, because any lead or heavy metal exposure I get stays in my body for my whole life. You don't expel it, and it lands in your soft tissues, which is mostly your brain. So it's something that I have to stay careful with in my work. And then to hear that it would be in our environment for recreation brings up that need and want that I brought up last time of we need clean water. And I feel like the speakers tonight have pointed out the wetlands, also the stream that runs right through the property and feeds into the South Anna River. So one alternative that I've heard brought up, and I don't know anything about guns, but I've heard about steel shooting or steel bullets instead of lead bullets. I just have to ask you to think very carefully. That doesn't seem like a very good alternative because it is impossible to know if people are actually following that rule or not. At Henrico, in Henrico High School, in Henrico County and at Glen Allen High School, I am a bag searcher for weapons in the mornings. And so just the thought of having to, even if they did put on a condition, someone going through bags to check if they brought in lead bullets is just impossible. I go through bags 5 days a week to see if anybody has brought a gun into the school. And so that's a larger object, a bullet is a smaller object, and I just know people are cheap. And if steel bullets cost more, they're gonna go with lead bullets and they're gonna sneak it in, just like at the movies when you sneak in candy. People don't care if it's a box of candy or bullets, they just wanna save $1. So I just ask you to really consider the lead in the environment. And this is a little word problem from one of our neighbors, but it should bring back school memories for you. So 17 shooting stations, 2 shots fired per station, per person. 12 gauge clay shot has 1.25 ounces of lead shot per cartridge. That is 42.5 ounces of lead per person, making the complete round of shooting stations. Let's say they have 15 people per day shooting, less on weekends, more on weekends, on only 200 days of the year. We're ignoring the huge amount of people that would be at tournaments. Take our 42.5 ounce per lead person, times 15 people, times 200 days, equals 127,500 ounces of lead per year, or 7,969 pounds of lead being put into the environment per year in that small area. That's almost 4 tons of lead. With lead being not safe at any level, how can this be safe for people living in the area? Thank you for your time.
I'm Dennis Kasner. I reside at 4994 Double Eagle Drive, Louisa, Virginia. I yield my time to Stan Peterson.
My name is Paula Patterson. I live at 4983 Winter Lane, and I cede my time to Stan Patterson.
Rebecca Stedman, 3864 Three Chopt Road, Gum Spring, Virginia, and I cede my time to Stan Patterson.
My name is Heather Cantwell. My husband, Kent Cantwell, couldn't be here, so I'm here in place of him. I'm at 4580 Fox Chase Run in Gum Spring, and I'm ceding my time to Stan Patterson.
Well, my name is Stan Patterson. I live at 4983 Winter Lane. We've lived there for 10 years, and I would like to thank the Planning Commission, Planning and Zoning, and staff for the opportunity to speak in opposition to the proposed gun range CUP. Tonight, I'd like to speak on the continuing environmental concerns of noise and lead pollution. First, while I appreciate the effort by VSP to provide a noise study by shooting shotguns from their site, this effort in no way represents a professional sound evaluation by an acoustic engineer. On 1/12/26, I was in attendance from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., observing the shooting demonstration by VSP. I used a Class II A-weighted sound pressure measuring device from several locations along the VSP and Leandro property line. My device measured a maximum of 76.9 decibels from the VSP demonstration. However, I had no idea of the distance to the source, elevation, the density of the vegetation, the direction of the shooting, the size and type of shot, and other critical factors necessary for an accurate evaluation. It's my understanding post-demonstration that VSP used 12-gauge, 2 3/4 inch, 7/8 ounce lead load shells. Research of typical tournament shooting indicates this is a much lighter load than normal, and 1 1/8 ounce load is most common. The sound characteristics are substantially louder for a 1 1/8 ounce load. I was also present when Mr. Williams demonstrated his 12-gauge, 2 3/4, 1 1/8 ounce load shells. At approximately 450 feet from the source, my device recorded a maximum of 96.4 decibels. VSP stated to Channel 12 News that the shooting demonstration on 1/12/26 was professional. This statement's incorrect. For truly accurate sound measurements, VSP needs to provide an evaluation by an independent third-party sound analysis firm that would include calibrated equipment, detailed sound production and reception maps, and distances. The study would include wind, relative humidity, direction of shooting, trajectory of shooting, elevations and trajectory of the shot, and certification of the size and load of the shells used. A professional report would show legal chain of custody and expert testimony. Until this type of test is performed by VSP, any sound propagation such as the one on 1/12/26 remains only as conjecture and should not be considered sufficient to address the concerns of the residents and the comments and concerns from the planning and zoning. Secondly, lead pollution and harm remains an extremely concerning issue for residents and must be addressed before any action on this CUP. We all know that lead is a toxin with serious harmful consequences to humans and wildlife. It's evident from the VSP concept site plan and from the Goochland Planning Staff report that all but one of the shooting stations will shoot into or overshoot the wetlands and Deep Creek. A very real issue exists that thousands of pounds of lead pellets per year will be deposited into the wetlands and Deep Creek that bisect this property. Once these lead pellets land and accumulate in the wetlands, creeks, or streams, they are considered hazardous waste by EPA.gov. This property drains into Deep Creek. The lead pellets can be moved from storm runoff with each rainfall. Lead compounds can be dissolved and moved downstream as well as into the groundwater. EPA.gov states that lead in solution can move miles through the ground, relatively unchanged. Regarding lead, VSP stated to Channel 12 News that nothing leaves the property. This is also incorrect. If the waters of Deep Creek leave the site, which they do continuously, then the lead pollution in solution leaves the site and contaminates waters and aquifers downstream. To date, the EPA's laws under the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act and the Clean Water Act specifically provide citizens the right to sue gun ranges when the environment and human health are threatened, threatened being the key word here. Citizens do not have to wait to be poisoned by the lead pollution to engage EPA and take legal action. Under EPA RCRA, lead shot is regulated. Spent shot entering waterways or left in the environment is considered a hazardous waste and a pollutant as written in sections 7002 and 7003 of the RCRA statute. EPA RCRA applies to many phases of this range operation because lead pellets are a solid and or hazardous waste and can present an actual or potential imminent and substantial endangerment. EPA, state, municipalities, or citizens groups can take legal action under the statutory provisions of RCRA against gun clubs for actual or potential environmental damage during or even after the operation of the club. Again, citizens do not have to wait to take legal action when there is a potential or imminent environmental danger. The EPA Clean Water Act prohibits, quote, the discharge of any pollutants by any person into the waters of the U.S. without a national pollution discharge and elimination system permit. Per EPA, expended shot and target debris, and including non-toxic steel shot that enter wetlands, streams, and or waters of the U.S. are defined as pollutants as defined by the Clean Water Act. Per EPA CWA, any range whose shot or target debris enters wetlands, lakes, streams, or even guts that are frequently dry but drain into wetlands or streams are subject to government and or citizen lawsuits. Per EPA CWA, shooting ranges must cease operations over wetlands and waterways, and it is essential that those ranges design or change their direction of shooting to avoid shooting into wetlands or waters of the U.S. Per EPA Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act, or CERCLA, EPA states that shooting ranges may be liable for government costs incurred during cleanup of ranges, natural resource damages, health assessments, and health effects studies. As I mentioned in my earlier notes, I found instances where lead cleanup in wetlands can cost as much as $150,000 per acre. But this is a fraction of the cost for lead pollution downstream and off of the VSP property and the damages to health, safety, and welfare of thousands of residents. Cleanup and damages here could be in the millions. This CERCLA situation is where the term Superfund cleanup is typically found. It is my understanding that the liability for this cleanup, the producer of pollution, VSP, is responsible for all costs. But as an LLC, VSP can declare bankruptcy, and since Goochland County is aware of the lead situation at the time of CUP approval, may be considered negligent, and Goochland County taxpayers will ultimately be responsible for all cleanup costs. I will also state that all of the information I've detailed above are facts taken from EPA.gov Best Management Practices for Lead at Shooting Ranges and EPA.gov Superfund Liability. In conclusion, regarding noise, VSP has not provided any realistic professional sound study that will alleviate the concerns of undue harm to health, safety, and welfare of adjacent residents. Regarding lead pollution and poisoning, due to the potential serious EPA violations and impacts, VSP cannot build this gun range on this piece of property. The shooting stations cannot be built so as not to pollute the wetlands and streams. There simply isn't enough land. The property is too small for the proposed use. The wetlands cannot be avoided with 17 overlapping shotfall zones as shown on the Planning and Zoning report, regardless of the direction VSP may try to show. This proposed use clearly violates laws of the EPA, the Resource Conservation Recovery Act, the Clean Water Act, and if approved, will undoubtedly be subject to legal action under the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act. Why would Goochland County even begin to enjoin themselves in a potentially illegal act by approving this CUP? But regardless of the facts I've just read, who is okay with children having to wear hearing protection just to play in their yard? And who wants to take the risk, the real and potential lead poisoning of residents and children when lead toxins emerge in their drinking water and aquifer? Thank you very much for your opportunity to oppose this CUP. And if anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them.
Thank you.
Okay.
If we could have Bridget Taylor, Ian Smith, and Brandy Sisson come to the podium, and then waiting on the front row, Justin Lingerfelt, Courtney Edwards, Kyle Edwards, Robin Larson, Kevin Larson, Kathy Hamidi, and Bob Leipertz.
My name is Ian Smith at 5024 Ainge Road. I am ceding my time to Brandy Sisson.
My name is Bridget Taylor. I live at 5024 Ainge Road. I'm ceding my time to Brandy Sisson.
Hi, I'm Brandy Sisson. I live at 5026 Ainge Road within a half a mile of the proposed site for Virginia Sports Park. I'm an accountant, so I'm going to share some numbers with you. For a sporting clay tournament, once a shooter steps up to the shooting station, they have 20 seconds to call for a target and between shots. Assuming a bare minimum of one target at the maximum allowable time, each shooter will fire 3 times a minute. This will happen at all 15 stations simultaneously. This very conservative estimate of 3 shots a minute at 15 stations with the proposal of 8.75 hours in winter at the earliest sunset of the year means that 23,625 shots will be fired that day. An argument could be made that the tournament won't run from open to close or that attendance won't be constant the whole time. Of course, that is likely to be true, at least until the location becomes popular enough to warrant all-day or multi-day tournaments, which is what any commercial gun range is incentivized to achieve. It also doesn't factor in travel time between stations or lulls between shooters, but again, as a courtesy to other participants, moving quickly at and between stations is encouraged. So to be generous, let's assume half the number of shots are fired. That's still more than 10,000 shots per day during winter hours. During the summer, when operating hours are at their longest and attendance is likely to be at its peak, taking all of those minimums of 3 shots per minute, 15 stations, 12.75 business hours, that gives us 34,425 shots. If we cut that in half, it's 17,212 shots per day. That's an overwhelming number of shots, and that's near the minimum. My husband and I recently attended a National Sporting Clays Association registered fun shoot, which is a more relaxed, non-tournament event at Central Virginia Sporting Clays on Sunday, January 11th. They have 14 stations, one less than VSP's proposed 15, and they weren't using at least one station that we could see from the parking lot where we stayed. There were about 10 vehicles in the lot with another 4 in the truck with trailer lot. No telling how many were employees versus attendees. We sat in the car from about 1:50 to 2:10 p.m., which would have been about halfway through that day's shooting hours of 12 to 4:30 p.m. We recorded for about 15 to 20 minutes. As we drove up, we started to hear the shots around a half a mile away, through trees and around a corner. Over the 20 or so minutes we recorded, the average rate of shots fired was 1 every 3 seconds, or about 20 per minute at 8.75 operating hours proposed by VSP. We're looking at 10,500 shots. Imagine if this had been an actual tournament with full attendance. VSP is proposing to subject at a minimum of 3 dozen family homes within a half a mile to this experience on a regular basis for 8 or more hours a day, and likely many of the other 90 homes within a 1 mile of the shooting range. No one should be forced to live like this, like that. I'm going to use the remainder of my time to play for you what that demonstration might sound like, what a low-key, modestly attended event, a full 30 minutes south of Zion Crossroads, is like in reality. I stopped it. Okay. I was trying to find out how much was left on it. So it stopped, I'll move on. I counted 36 shots in that video that should have been an hour, 1 minute and 40 seconds long. Put another way, a shot on average, not that it's a statistically valid measurement, every 1.66 seconds, a shot was fired. I ask that you do not recommend a gun range at this location. And since I still have some time, I'm going to comment on a couple of things. By definition, this is much closer to a gun range than a golf course, which is how they keep referring to it as. I'm also going to note here that this nonprofit, or for a nonprofit to say community so many times as they approach this board and talk about their intentions, they didn't once knock on a neighbor's door to discuss their plans. Thank you. And I'm sorry about my video. I can send it to you though if you want.
Thank you.
Okay.
Justin Lingerfelt, Courtney Edwards, Kyle Edwards.
My name is Justin Lingerfeld. I was going to cede my time to Kyle, but he said it's okay. If it's okay with you, I'd like to speak very briefly.
Can you state your address, please?
800 Rockford Road.
And your name again one more time. I'm so sorry.
Justin Lingerfeld. The words of our Lord Jesus Christ from his Sermon on the Mount, the Gospel according to Matthew. So, whatever you wish that others would do to you, do also to them, for this is the law and the prophets. Enter by the narrow gate, for the gate is wide, and the way is easy that leads to destruction, and those who enter by it are many. For the gate is narrow, and the way is hard that leads to life, and those who find it are few.
All right. I'm Kyle Edwards. I live at 4602 Walton Road. I'm roughly 1,200 feet from the closest shooting station. That's about the entrance to the parking lot here to just shy of the roundabout. I was on a skeet shooting team at my middle school and high school. I've shot thousands of rounds. I've never used 7/8 ounce shells like was used in the demonstration. I always use 1 1/8. Anyway, God's blessed me and my wife with 2 sons, and we plan on homeschooling. We spend a lot of time outside at the house, and you know, I really look forward to my sons getting older, teaching them how to shoot, taking them skeet shooting, taking them hunting, but I would never take them to a shooting range or a sporting clays facility that close to houses. Reason being, I feel like I would be a little hypocritical if I told them, you know, to love your neighbor as yourself, and then I did that. It just doesn't seem right, but as Katrina mentioned, the Goochland County ordinance for CUP applicants states that the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the conditional use will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, morals, comfort, or general welfare, and this conditional use will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted. And I just don't see how that could be. This would go with that being that there are homes so close to the proposed facility. As Mr. Sison showed on his graphic, VSP would be the only sporting clays facility with any houses within a quarter mile. All 6 other facilities had 0. We would have 10. Within a half a mile, we would have 35 houses within the facility. There's 3 that has 0. There's 1 that has 8, 1 that has 4, and 1 that has 3. So just on that alone, I think it speaks volumes. I would ask that y'all don't approve in this location. I hope they find a better location, because I would like to have somewhere local to take my son, but it just isn't it. Thank y'all.
Robin Larson and Kevin Larson.
Excuse me, Robin Larson. I'm going to try really hard. 4638 Walton Road, and I'm ceding my time to him. You don't want to hear me speak tonight.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and Commissioners, or maybe I should say good night, given the time. My name is Kevin Larson, and I live at 4638 Walton Road. I've resided in Goochland for more than 30 years, and on Walton Road for over 25. My family has adopted Walton Road and 3 Chopped Road as part of the VDOT Adopt a Highway program for almost 25 years. We have raised 6 children in Goochland, and soon 7 of our 11 grandchildren will call Walton Road home. I'm very thankful for the opportunity to speak tonight. I plan to touch on the youth aspect of the VSP plan. VSP has stated that their facilities will be a benefit to the youth of Goochland and possibly other counties. In their request and in testimonials from supporters, VSP has positioned this as a benefit to the children of the county. But they failed to make a compelling case. I'm going to touch on two areas here, organizational usage. VSP received a wonderful endorsement from Scouting America, formerly BSA. Recent news reports indicate that Scouting America is looking to do some improvements to their current facilities in Goochland. Why would a nonprofit like Scouting America invest so much in their own facilities and then utilize a different location at an added cost? Trail Life of America, which is another youth scouting organization, and there's at least one troop in Goochland and one in the very extreme western end of Henrico County, have over 40 young men. Neither one of these troops are planning to haul these children out to Haydensville to use this facility. American Heritage Girls, which is a similar organization focusing on girls. There are, two troops with over 100 young ladies. They won't be using the facility. Where are these supposed children coming from? Well, when you look at the hours of operation, it's going to be very difficult. The VSP facility will have much of its operating time while Goochland students are in classes. Will the school bus students for almost 20 minutes out to Haydensville to use the facilities for a PE class and then bus them back? That's not going to fit into a school day. Are they going to use it for after-school things? I just think of the parents that have maybe an older son in football, a daughter playing field hockey, and then their third child wants to be involved in the shooting. There is no way they can make all these trips around the county. It just isn't feasible. I appreciate that they want to provide something for the children. This just doesn't make sense logistically. In short, the recommended benefit to the children is a chimera. As others have noted, there are many children in the immediate area of VSP's facilities. Those children already have access to private gun ranges to utilize under direct family supervision. The archery range is the only portion that may see any neighborhood use. I, for one, am very interested in the archery range. In VSP's CUP application, they were required to reply, I believe it's question number 5, and on it was page 7, I believe, of their submittal, a statement about the impact to adjacent properties. Instead of doing so, VSP's application talked about hoped-for benefits to the county, did not state anything about the adjacent properties. Now, I worked first 10 years of my career at Air Force Geophysics Lab and the remaining 30 or so years at a large banking corporation that has facilities here in Goochland. We won't say which one. And I was in their risk department. And one of the things that has been talked about amongst federal regulations is something called disparate treatment. And I'm wondering, to what extent do CUP applications fail to answer questions, and to what extent does our community government hold them to answering those questions properly? So I'm respectfully asking the Planning Commission to either, and hopefully, reject the CUP application altogether due to its incomplete submissions, or to at least require VSP to address the issues being raised by the adjacent property owners and to thoroughly complete the required items on the CUP. Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for your services to our community and for your attention to these matters. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Hamidi and Bob Leipertz.
Hi, I'm Kathy Hamidi, 1125 Nib Lane, Mannequin. I'm ceding my time to Bob Leipertz.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Bob Leipertz. I reside at 3004 Rugby Road, Richmond. I'm here tonight speaking in support of the request of the CUP for Virginia Sports Park. As you've heard a number of times, there are concerns with the environmental issues that potential environmental issues that might occur with this facility, and I'd like to try to take and give you a little bit of background or detail on those issues. Wetlands, surface waters, subsurface waters, and lead fall under the regulation and control of the Clean Water Act and the EPA, and are enforced by various federal, state, and local agencies. If you approve this request, and should the Board of Supervisors approve this request, it allows the development of the engineering studies and designs to confirm the existence of wetlands, surface waters, subsurface waters, stormwaters, quantities, locations, and lead effect in order to submit plans to these agencies to clarify how we intend to manage these issues and obtain their approval and the required permits. Additionally, during the course of the construction, periodic field inspections are conducted by these agencies to confirm their compliance. The time required to complete these studies and the engineering design and approvals will frankly take somewhere between 12 to 16 months to accomplish. It's important to understand that should you choose to approve this request, it does not suggest that you have studied any of these issues or provide any approval of the same. Your approval simply means that the use is suitable for the location and zoning and will allow for the development of the POD plans, which will clarify some of this information that's questioned. One last item regarding the temporary trailer. As noted, VSP is a 5013C nonprofit. Excuse me. The estimated full cost, development cost of the facility right now we're expecting to be somewhere around $3.5 million. That money is not going to come in the door in mass. It's going to be raised by individual contribution, corporate contribution, and in some cases some grants that might apply for facilities of this sort. So it will take a bit of time to get to that point, and in order to begin to get some level of operation, it is suggested that we would operate from a temporary trailer and temporary health facilities. In order to install those facilities, we would have to develop plans detailing where they would be located. In addition, seek permits from both the Goochland County Building Inspection Department and the Goochland Health Department, who would oversee those operations. Lastly, I'd like to point out, and I think it's been noted, that per the terms of our lease with Lux Stone, we are required to develop and implement and maintain an environmental management plan to ensure that no environmental issues are allowed to develop. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If J.T. Frazier and Mike Richmond could come to the podium, and if we could also have in the front row Brian C., Justin Lacey, Lonnie Bryce, Marcy Reese, Sonny Williams, Joshua Cather, Jerry Weaver, Stacy Salerson.
Good evening. I'm J.T. Frazier, 9920 Parr Drive, Knoxville, Virginia. I'm ceding my time to Mike Richmond.
Thank you. My name is Michael Richmond, RSHMON, live at 1347 Hounslow Drive, Mannequin Sabbath. What the founders meant by virtue. Virtue can be defined as self-restraint in the service of the common good. For the founders, virtue meant willingness to place the public good above private interests, discipline, courage, honesty, industry, and civic responsibility. Virtue as what is best for the population rather than a few individuals, not legislating for one class at the expense of others. That distinction, virtue as devotion to the good of the whole rather than the advantage of the few, goes straight to the heart of the American founding, the founders believed the republic would survive only if citizens and leaders constantly subordinated narrow self-interest to the common good. The founders were intensely worried about rule by factions, small groups using power to enrich themselves. Factions arise from the nature of man, but liberty is endangered when factions capture government for private advantage. Virtue meant laws made for general benefit, burdens and benefits shared fairly, sacrifice accepted when necessarily for the whole. John Adams argued that liberty exists only when laws are equally binding on all and calculated for the general good. Anything else was not liberty, it was favoritism. Virtue meant resisting policies that favored or enriched a few by manipulating public power, even if those policies were legal. When virtue is widely held, freedom expands. When it captures into self-interest, freedom concentrates until it disappears. Applying the founders' idea of virtue as commitment to common good to local governance and land use debates is not abstract theory. It is exactly the scale at which they believed Republican virtue mattered most. Towns, counties, and local boards where character, fairness, and restraint would be tested daily. A virtuous land use decision asked, what best serves the long-term welfare of the whole community, not merely the comfort, profit, or preferences of a few? The standard rejects reflexive, no change ever obstruction, special carve-outs for connected interest, emotional decision-making untethered from facts. Virtue requires deliberation, fairness, and foresight. The founders warned against faction, small groups dominating public decisions. In land use debates, factions often appeared as a handful of nearby property owners seeking veto power, developers seeking preferential treatment. Madison's warning in Federalist 10 applies directly. Factions become dangerous when it pursues its interest at the expense of the permanent and aggregate interest of the community. A virtuous board must resist capture by faction, even sympathetic ones. The founders did not expect freedom to be silent or frictionless. Virtue demands reasonable accommodation, not eliminations of all inconvenience. Applied principles, distinguished annoyance from material harm, balance existing land rights with new uses, measure impacts empirically, not emotionally, apply standards consistently. Washington wrote that liberty requires a spirit of accommodation and mutual concession. Local virtue means acknowledging that some lawful activities create discomfort, and the question is whether they unreasonably harm the community, not whether they offend preferences. The founders viewed property rights as essential not just to individuals, but to social stability. Land use restrictions are virtuous only when they protect health and safety, prevent genuine nuisance or harm, apply generally, and predicted to the masses. And I've got too many pages. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Brian C.
Brian C., 1034 Earls Road, and obviously Earls Road is not near Walton Road. I wanted to speak on behalf of the neighbors of Walton Road just to offer perspective from one who has great value for our community. One of the refrains that I've often heard in relation to this is, well, you live in the country, what do you expect? One thing I've come to appreciate knowing people in our county is many of them who do shoot recreationally, I know that they will actually reach out to their neighbors on days or times when they intend to shoot, just something along the lines of, hey, I'm going to be shooting. You guys got anything going on? I don't want to intrude on that, just as a matter of neighborly courtesy. And I think you would find that common throughout our entire community. That's something we value. And why? Because we want to be good neighbors to one another, and we don't want to do anything that's a detriment to just somebody's livelihood. And I sit here tonight listening to this now we've been here since 5:30, a lot of us, and I wonder, what causes a group like the Walton Road Neighbors to unify like this and go to so many hours and lengths and come to these meetings and mobilize as they have in such a short amount of time with virtually no assistance from the developers? And the only conclusion I can come to is they know that this gun range will detrimentally impact their livelihood, everything from safety, their children playing outside, random gunfire, the idea of property values not being affected. I can tell you, and I would think many of us could, if I'm considering buying someone's property and I'm on site and all of a sudden I hear cascading gunfire and I ask someone showing me, what is that noise? What's that coming from? Is somebody just out shooting today? Oh no, that's the gun range next door. Oh, what do they do this once every month? No, they do it every day from sunrise to sunset. I can tell you right now the property value is going to be detrimentally affected. So whether they stay, they have detrimental impacts. If they try to leave, it's the same thing. So as you weigh all of these things, I just plead with you as one who doesn't live right there, just listen to these neighbors. Whatever economic boosts or whatever that you'll hear about, weigh that against the detrimental impacts, and it's not worth it to me to trample them underfoot in their concerns, the good neighbors of Walton Road. So thank you.
Thank you.
Justin Lacey.
Justin had to go. I'm further down the list. Is it okay if I take his spot? I'm Jad Malab.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Jad Malab. I work for Luckstone as Land Use and Development Manager, and I am here today on behalf of Luck to voice our support to Virginia Sports Park's proposal on our property. We believe that what VSP is proposing will create a place, a meaningful place for the Goochland community and surrounding communities to get together, gather, and enjoy the outdoors, create long-lasting memories with family and friends. And I believe these are some of the values that what this county is all about. We also trust that VSP's leadership will manage our property and this project in a very high level of professionalism, safety, and respect to the community, to the neighbors, and to the environment and our property. As a matter of fact, in the early stages of talking to VSP and the board, when I was just representing Luckstone on the real estate side, I was impressed by all the things that they talked about, the caring, the mission, the things they would do to the property and in the community that I asked to be on the board of VSP, and now I am one of the board members of VSP, hoping to get this through and actually get to see the site in action. As you all know as well, Luckstone is very keen on being a big part of the community and engaged in the community. We also care about being good neighbors. And we take pride of over 30,000 acres that we own across 4 states, Virginia and Goochland County specifically being our home turf. So after reviewing all the professional studies that we saw from noise testing to the TIA, and I personally attended the shooting demonstration on Monday, we think that this will not impact the community. I heard a lot of concerns today, but we don't think that this is going to be a negative impact, but the opposite. We think it's going to be a very positive thing in the community, and we don't think that it's going to devalue our property. And for that, we're hoping that the approval of this and the execution will only impact Luckstone's positive legacy that we build anywhere we go. So I appreciate everybody's time and consideration to making this happen. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Lonnie Bryce. Marcy Reese.
Hello, my name's Marcy Reese. I live at 4135 Shannon Hill Road. I'm here to speak in favor of the VSP shooting park. I've been an archery coach for the last 20 years. I've been employed by USA Archery, and I'm a level 4 coach. I certify other coaches. I work with JMU. And I wanted to talk a little bit about safety and the benefits of the shooting sports and what for children. Shortly, I wanted to also mention that somebody said something about busing the kids out. School kids, I've worked with Collegiate for the last 10 years and Stewart School for the last 6 years, and they will definitely bus the kids out. They do it all the time. There's going to be some tomorrow, by the way, at our place. Mostly the opposition to the programs has to do with fears about safety and certain things that's going to happen or that they think may happen. Archery ranks as one of the safest recreational sports. The injury rates are extremely low at a 0.35 per 1,000, far below soccer, basketball, and even golf. The NAS program, National Archery in the School program, which has reached over 18 million students, reports 0 accidents in its history. Sporting clays and youth shotgun programs emphasize rigorous safety training. The organizations like the Scholastic Clay Target Program and 4-H Sports require certified instructors, mandatory safety certification, structured supervision, background checks, which result in incident rates comparable to or lower than other youth sports. All activities would follow strict protocols, certified coaches, one-on-one supervision for beginners, protective gear. As a nonprofit program, they can prioritize safety and the education above profit, mirroring successful models like USA Archery's JOAD program. I have a team of JOAD kids. We're going to JMU in February. I'm taking 22 kids to compete in indoor nationals. So wouldn't it be great to have a facility here in Goochland where we can draw people and these kids from all over the state to come here and learn about the shooting sports? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sunny Williams.
My name is Sonny Williams. I live at 4605 Walton Road. I've lived there for over 24 years. This area has remained very peaceful, quiet. It's just a good country life. But if this gun range gets approved, our lives will be changed. We will be forced to deal with thousands of gunshots daily and increased traffic. And this is coming from someone who works nights. And I'm losing work tonight being here. It's going to be hard for me to sleep. The sound study that was done the other day, they say they didn't make much noise, but they did. I was at home. I was through all of it. I want to ask y'all, how does this benefit the county? Is there a better location? You got to ask yourself that. It's got to be. There's too many homes around this. And then the new news of the alcohol is really disturbing. If they're promoting children coming to this, busing children in, just as the lady just spoke, how is children supposed to be there with alcohol? How is that supposed to happen? I mean, I don't want to send my child over there if they're sitting around drinking. Guns and alcohol just don't mix. That's my opinion. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Joshua Cather.
Joshua Cather, 1750 Walton Store Road. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Referencing the guiding principles of Goochland's 2035 comp plan regarding land use, specifically to promote balanced development and preservation of rural character, VSP as currently proposed is like an unbalanced equation. First, from page 2, it's harming the rural character of the community. Rural living is synonymous with sporadic hunting and recreational gunfire, not the daily chronic punctuation of it near family homes. Second, from page 2, my friends on the other side have provided no articulable contributions to the welfare of the Walton Road community, only indeterminate reference to community bonding. VSP is emphatically for the enjoyment of those who will travel to VSP to the detriment of the community adjacent to the facility. And third, from page 3, quality of life should be retained or enhanced. Without equivocation, have my friends proven this will not harm the immediate community in terms of lead, traffic, and noise? VSP has not articulated or qualified what the increase to welfare of those living on Walton will be as the comp plan directs. And likewise, my friends have not provided articulable increases to or retention of the quality of life of the Walton community. Similar directives are found in Goochland County zoning ordinance governing conditional use permits. If this equation is to be balanced, implementation of conditions found in the conditions and precedents submitted by Ms. Dalton is a satisfactory solution. There's been a lot of emphasis on the youth-centered mission of VSP, and respectfully, it appears much like a guise given the incongruity with the operating hours that effectively prevent youth participation from some 3/4 of operating hours each weekday during the academic year. I urge the Commission to envision yourselves as emplaced members of the immediate Walton Road community and to impose the conditions found in the conditions and precedents submitted by Ms. Dalton. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jerry Weaver.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jerry Weaver, and I reside at 5000 Double Eagle Drive in the Estates at Royal, Virginia. I'm about approximately 1.5 miles as the crow flies and noise travels from the proposed site. To date, VSP has not demonstrated in good faith that this project will not impact surrounding property values or diminish the use and enjoyment of nearby residential properties due to noise. No limits have been proposed on days of operation or hours of operation, with shooting being proposed from daylight to dark, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. There's also no guarantee that VSP will be restricting the use of anything other than low-charge ammunition or otherwise limiting what types of loads of ammunition may be used on site. Further, VSP has conducted no professional noise study or credible simulation reflecting real-world operating conditions, including shots from real shooting station placement and anticipated daily activity. Without this data, there is no reliable or accurate way to assess the true noise impact on nearby neighborhoods. VSP also provides or proposes shooting over wetlands without presenting any lead mitigation plans or water monitoring plans. There are no proposed setbacks or perimeter fencing to protect neighboring children, pets, or passing traffic. As proposed, this facility represents a significant health and safety concern and would be an environmentally unfriendly neighbor in our surrounding communities. In addition, traffic congestion at the intersections of Route 250, 3 Chopped Road, and Walton Road will worsen substantially. 3 Chopped Road and Walton Road are already narrow roadways, effectively 1.5 lanes. They have no center line or berm markings. Increased traffic will make these roads more dangerous for residents, commuters, and school buses alike. The traffic study provided is at best incomplete and requires further review and revision. Any one of these issues should alone be sufficient to deter or deny this permit. Taken together, they clearly justify denial unless substantial changes are made. In conclusion, I agree with the findings presented in the impact suitability study and respectively urge the commissioners to deny this application, or at a minimum, require the conditions outlined in CU 2025-00012 and the related conditions and procedures report submitted to the commission be adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
If Stacy Salerson could come to the podium, and then on the front row, Alicia Kaiser, Jose Leandro, Sharon Valencia, Kara Larson, Caleb Shortridge, Phil Marat, Dave Martin, and Chris Brackett.
We will also need to take a little bit of a break, Ms. Parker. And maybe after this applicant speaks, we need to take a 5-minute breather. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Or applicant, I'm so sorry, citizen. Thank you.
I deny I withdraw my application.
My apologies.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Stacy Salerson, and I live at 4121 Clay Morris Estates, which is a half-mile from the proposed site. I agree with the entire substance of the Community Impact and Site Suitability Report prepared by concerned neighbors of Goochland and Louisa counties, and I urge the Commission to deny the application. The Goochland County staff report prepared for this meeting identifies a number of outstanding concerns that remain unaddressed by VSP. Given this lack of basic information related to environmental impacts and mitigation plans, legitimate scientific sound studies, and unaddressed traffic issues, the Commission should minimally defer consideration until VSP can resolve these outstanding issues. I'd like to spend the remainder of my time discussing some very specific impacts that the proposed range will have on my agricultural activities related to beekeeping. I moved to Goochland County specifically for the rural nature of the area and the clear appreciation for the benefits of supporting local agricultural endeavors. My beekeeping journey began in 2020, and my passion for beekeeping and its benefits to the survival of our food supply and the overall environmental benefits of pollinators continues to grow. As my apiary expands, the goal is to offer local treatment-free honey to the larger Goochland community. That is a use that is both in concert with the intended land use for our area and in danger from the VSP proposal. Honeybees are known to forage up to 5 miles from their hive, but will look for the closest abundant sources of pollen, nectar, and water. The problem with lead being shot into this area is not just about the soil, but also the fine particulates and dust that will cling to surrounding vegetation, contaminating foraging areas, as well as the fine dust entering sources of water that will not only potentially contaminate wetlands and local wells, but also standing water used by bees and other insects and wildlife. The most recent scientific paper on this issue is entitled Heavy Metal Pollution from a Shooting Range Revealed by Honeybees, published November 2025. They note that honeybees can be employed to detect small localized aerosol sources such as shooting ranges, and that particles and components may be found in apiary products such as wax, propolis, and even honey, with supporting studies from 2006, 2015, and 2021. Additional agricultural disturbances include an existing Goochland business, our favorite Newcastle Bee and Berry Farm, located just across the road from me on 3 Chopped, which has You Pick No Spray strawberries and honey produced on their property, both of which could be contaminated by the VSP project. HG Meats is located approximately a half-mile from the proposed site and would potentially have lead contamination water sources, which would affect our local food supply relative to any animals processed at that facility. Given the comprehensive plan's focus on agricultural and rural enhancement, as well as the current zoning of the area, the Commission should not approve any use that will not be in harmony with the existing uses. As my neighbors have made it abundantly clear this evening, the applicant has not proven the conditional use permit will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted and therefore should be denied. And if anyone wanted to know about living next to a quarry, I used to live in Chesterfield County in the Highlands community, directly next to a quarry. It did not affect my life in any way. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We will take a 5 to 7 minute recess. Thank you.
No specifics. Oh my goodness.
it again.
We'll be here past 11:15.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good. Let's hope we can get over this hurdle. Keep it going.
You do what you do.
I don't want to.
All right. Alicia Kaiser. Can I give it a minute? Keep going? Okay. Jose Leandro.
$600, but I believe it's less than 500 foot from the station because my house is like 100 foot from the property line. And they try to propose this buffer protection, but how are they going to maintain this in the wintertime when all the leaves fell down? You know, and I have 3 kids, and they spend the most time outside, you know, and it's not safe because they won't inspection the ammo they bring in. You know, I attended on this stuff before. You know, I many times, and I sponsored the ammo. You know, buy like $8, you know, 8,000 rounds, and we bring that thing in without inspection, and burn everything in a couple hours. You know, and it's not safe. You know, if someone to bring their buckshot, my kids can be dead right there, or me. And it's how this is gonna work. It's too close to the house, you know, and I'm not done build the house yet. You know, I still have a pool to put over there. How it will be put a pool next to, you know, you're gonna be drawing the water for you can avoid that noise, you know, and it's a lot of more stuff. I am gonna bring the animals like horses. I already started fencing the property. But it's nobody's going to bring the horses to live next to the shooting range. You know, I'm just trying to cover, you know, say my concern. But my neighbors already bring everything, all the concerns, you know. But this question about safety, what they're going to build right there, the noise. My house is built on the top of the hill. I can hear the highway. I can see the cars on the highway, and they're going to be between us. It's not safe at all. I'm just high considerate you guys take that, you know, my safety, because after my kids, you know, got killed right there, with not point to do anything. You know, if this get approved, I cannot live there anymore. Nobody can live in the house with this noise, with the 16 stations shooting 2 times that, you know, I attend to this all the time. I know how this works. It's pretty loud. You know, I just wanted to make sure you know. Thank you, guys, for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon Valencia.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Sharon Valencia. My husband and I live at 4962 Three Chop Road in, obviously in Goochland, although it says Louisa for mailing. We're located at the corner of Three Chopped and Walton Road. The VSP proposed park is a half a mile from my home. If I stand on my back deck, I can see the property, which doesn't make me happy. I'm a gun owner. My husband is. My children are. Their father is. He's a trooper. He taught them to shoot. He taught them hunting. He taught them gun safety, as I'm sure my rural neighbors do the same with their children. So I'm not sure whose children this is supposed to benefit. I can let you know that my thoroughbreds that I had less than a year ago did not take kindly to the hunting going on near us. But those are my neighbors, and that's their property. So we lived with it. But now we're getting ready to bring ponies, which are even more high-strung than thoroughbreds, I think. And they're going to react the same way as the livestock, the wildlife, the family pets, my neighbors, the neighbors' children. We moved out from Glen Allen to be rural, to not have to put curtains on the windows so that when we looked out at night, it was pitch black and limited noise. And we appreciate that. You know, I got to choose my property, okay? And when I chose my property, I knew that I could hear I-64 from my property. I knew that I could hear the car racing on the occasional Saturday nights on Broad Street. I knew that, okay? What I didn't know that there would be a nonprofit business coming in less than a half a mile from my home, which brings no revenue to Goochland County. So I just want to know where the benefit is. And I stand with my neighbors on Walton Road when I say, please deny this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Kara Larson.
Good evening. My name is Kara Larson. I live at 4638 Walton Road. And speaking of a nonprofit that will not be bringing economic revenue to the county, VSP as a nonprofit will be tax exempt. Since they are planning on selling firearms and renting firearms and selling munition, then there will be some sales tax revenue that will go into the county, but this is a measly amount. We've been told at neighborhood meetings that the park would bring in customers to Goochland's current restaurants and hotels. To that I say, what hotels? Because last time I checked, the closest chain hotel is either in Short Pump or in Zion's Crossroads, 14 miles away. The closest equivalent is Pleasance Farm LLC, which is more akin to an Airbnb and not likely to be used by groups, especially groups chaperoning children coming for a tournament or other such event at the sports park. A search on Google Maps for nearby restaurants that were not gas stations, which while they do serve food and they do serve at Haydensville very good food, they do not have seating. And as someone who has been a youth chaperone for youth events, you want those kids sat. You preferably do not want them sat in the rental car eating their food. And the nearest fast food restaurant would be Dairy Queen, 10 miles away, or Hardee's here at the courthouse, 14 miles away. And again, Zion's Crossroads, 14 miles away and out of the county, is also another source of restaurant options. And so with all of these in mind, I do not see any way that there is actual measurable economic boost to the county because, okay, they might be bringing in a few people to get gas, get a few snacks at the gas station. There might be people who would be going to the food trucks, invited to the sports park, but there's nothing in the area that would actually attract them. There is nothing in the area that would actually bring in reasonable county tax revenue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caleb Shortridge.
Hello, my name is Caleb Shortridge, 2487 Jutes Ferry Road, Powhatan. I can understand people's emotions and saying not in my backyard, but I did have a shooting range in my backyard. I grew up right next to where the Powhatan chapter 4-H used to practice. There's a skeet range and a rifle range about 500 yards away from my house that I grew up in. And we didn't see this as an issue. Later, I would move on to join Powhatan 4-H. I had to, unfortunately, sit on the waiting list for several years because we were very limited in facilities. So I see the opportunity that the sports park can bring to the Goochland community that would allow possibly 4-H kids, Boy Scouts, etc., to use this facility and bring more kids into the shooting sports. Something that's very impactful to my life. I shot competitively in high school, took that into collegiate, and just unfathomable amount of life lessons that I've learned through the shooting sports. And I would hope the same opportunity would be afforded to other kids. So there is a benefit in this sports park. There may be inconveniences, as any project may experience, but I want you just to understand that there will be an impact to the community in a positive manner. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Phil Murray.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Phil Murray, and I reside at 12867 Holly Lane in Mannequin. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this project brought forth by Virginia Sports Park, and I will speak on the issue of hours of operation for this proposed facility. There seems to be continued confusion about what the hours are. Operating hours are not the same as shooting hours. The facility needs time to set up before shooting and clean up after shooting has ceased. Shooting hours are Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. till sunset. There is no nighttime shooting, and it's not dawn to dusk. There is no shooting 365 days a year that we've heard so much of. No shooting 365 days a year. Sporting clays are closed to the public on Mondays, which is reserved for tournaments only. And should there be a tournament, it usually lasts 2 hours and is generally scheduled in the mornings. The facility will be closed on New Year's Day, Thanksgiving Day, Christmas, and Easter. It will be open on Memorial Day, Labor Day, Veterans Day, and President's Day. There seems to be a misconception that sporting clay parks produce a continuous barrage of gunfire from morning to dusk, 365 days a year. That could not be further from the truth. Perhaps the best comparative analysis of a sporting clay park is a golf course. Similar to a golf course, a sporting clay park sees a variance of attendance during weekdays as compared to traffic is intermittent during weekdays and shows somewhat increase during the weekend. A typical round of sporting clays takes a person approximately 2 hours. Usually, the patron departs shortly after completing the course. As a result, traffic is anticipated to be light or at minimum. It is my understanding that VSP projects 20 to 25 patrons during the weekday and 40 to 70 during the weekend day. Additionally, during winter months, on inclement weather days, statistically, the activity of sporting clay courses is much less and is weather dependent. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight, and I urge you to vote for this evening to approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members of the Planning Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Dave Martin, 7701 Hollins Road from Henrico. I'm here speaking in support of the Virginia Sports Park project. As an Eagle Scout, a youth services provider, and someone who believes deeply in the value of outdoor programs for young people and families. Growing up, my summer camp was at Boy Scouts Camp Brady Saunders up the road. That was where I shot my first bow and arrow and fired my first shotgun. Scouting taught me responsibility, discipline, safety, conservation, and leadership. Those lessons were not learned in a classroom. They certainly were not learned on TikTok or Nintendo. They were learned outdoors under supervision with structure, accountability, and purpose. Goochland is one of those special places where people thrive on enjoying the outdoors: horseback riding, fishing, hunting, farming, pursuits that bring families together and create lifelong memories. I believe we need more opportunities for grandparents, parents, and children to make those memories together, using the natural resources of this county in responsible ways. Virginia Sports Park offers that opportunity. Facilities like this build lifelong lessons through disciplined sports such as archery and shooting sports. They emphasize safety, focus, and patience. They teach respect and personal responsibility. These are not casual activities. They are structured, supervised, and professionally managed. Facilities like this are essential. As someone who works with youth, I can tell you that not every child thrives on traditional team sports. Programs like this reach kids who need a different path to confidence and growth. They provide belonging, skill building, and mentorship in a controlled environment. That's it for that. I would also like to respectfully address the question before you tonight. I urge this commission to make a decision and not defer. Deferral does not help the youth and families who could benefit from this project. It does not help the applicant, and it does not serve the public interest. Scouting taught me that leadership requires the courtesy to act, to make decisions based on standards, evidence, and fairness, and to do so in a timely way so others can benefit. My understanding is that the commission will determine whether this project meets zoning standards and serves the public fairly and consistently. Making a decision allows the process to move forward to its natural conclusion. That is how I trust in local government is maintained. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you.
Chris Brackett. And then if we could have to the front, Morris Grimes, Mike Calloway, Wayne Dementi, Herb Tichy Jr., Manny Alvarez, Walt Raymond.
Good evening, almost morning. I didn't prepare anything tonight. I just wanted to voice my opposition of this. I'm sorry, I didn't start with my address. So Chris Brackett, 4050 Lake Killarney. I am roughly within 2 miles of the proposed facility. I'm a family of 7. I have 5 kids under the age of 8. When they can shoot a gun, every single one of them will. Maybe not with beer in the facility, but at some point, I really think that I really think there's a great idea, but where it's going to, you hear tonight, I am so proud of my fellow neighbor. Everybody has come together. I'm meeting new people. This is just not the right area. There has to be a better solution. I don't know how to provide that, but to them, it's just a business deal. They're all going to go back to Richmond, Midlothian. They're going to go all over. This is our lives. This will impact us forever, and this is generations of family with multiple kids everywhere. I just ask and plead that there has to be a better option, and I really hope that you reject this proposal. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Morris Grimes.
I'm definitely not Morris Grimes. Madam Chair, Morris Grimes and Mike Alon are with Goochland Gunworks. Their alarm just went off and they had to run right out the door. They're asking if they're coming back, if they could just still speak and reserve their time.
If the public comment is still open at that time, yes.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wayne Dementi. Herb Tichy.
I'm Herb Tichy Jr. from 13930 Elmstead Road, Midlothian. I had prepared notes, but I'm now going to speak more or less extemporaneously, commenting on some of the things I've already heard tonight. Okay, we talked about children not being available. I'm a member at Cavalier. We have plenty of children. I don't know where they're getting them from. I don't know how they get there. But when I go out to shoot, I see children, groups of children, organized groups of children, okay? So we've got them. I suppose you would be able to get them too. We talked about safety. Safety has come up several times. Do you think we want to be unsafe to each other? We're the ones standing right there. You think that we're going to we should never let any projectile coming out of our guns go off the property. Now, there was some talk about that earlier today, but I can assure you it's not going to happen. We don't want it to happen. Okay? Now, a lot of this comes down to noise. We want this study, we want that study. This is my 4th time getting involved in something like this. Okay, noise is calculated on measured on a logarithmic scale. It's nonlinear. So it's not whether it's 37 or 42 or 52 or whatever it is. It's because now you can stand in your backyard. All we're doing is assigning a number to what you've already heard, or you can easily hear. Did you hear the noise? Okay. Now, some comments about drinking. We're not going to drink and shoot guns at the same time. You talked about fundraisers. Some of the fundraisers that are being done were done by the Goochland Rotary Club, but they were done somewhere else. I have to be quick. Okay. Comments were made of shooting low-powered ammunition, and the example was shooting high-powered ammunition. Most people don't shoot. More of them will shoot low than high. I shoot 1 ounce. Okay, let me see what else we've got here. I hear the term gun range used. Gun range, gun range, gun range. That has specific meaning to people who actually shoot on gun ranges. This is not a gun range in the traditional sense, in that we're not shooting rifles and pistols, which have different sound characteristics. 360 shot fall. We're generally shooting within a confined area. You step into a shoot box and you can't turn with the gun. You can't get it around behind you. You load when you're standing in the shoot box. I understand. Thank you all for your consideration. I appreciate all of y'all that have spoken tonight, even though I disagree with many of you. Y'all have a nice night.
Thank you.
Manny Alvarez.
How does he know yet? Shocked. Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you for being out here. I know you're tired. I just we heard a lot about Orapax this evening, and I was in your seat on the Board of Supervisors when that hearing came up. And if you're going to try to beat our record, you need to be here till about 2:30 a.m. Hopefully you're not. But anyway, I had some notes, but I want to respond to some of the things that I heard tonight. One of them was Orapax. Orapax, we put a lot of restrictions on it, and because of that, it never happened. If I had to go back and do it again, I would not have voted so many restrictions into it, because I thought it was a good facility, but we kind of heard a lot of the emotional comments from people. Nobody would have heard Orapax. Maybe Powhatan might have. Mr. Dyson did a great job with his data, but one of the things he mentioned was a lot of the other ranges, skeet shooting ranges, were built when there were no homes around them. Yet hundreds of homes were built around the ranges. So that means that the range itself didn't affect property values and didn't scare people from building next to them. One thing that I have fought for, and I think you guys agree with, and I know you do, is we need to preserve the rural nature of the county. And in order to do that, we need to allow people to have some value from their land. Farming is not an easy profession. I am also a member at Cavalier. We've heard a lot about comparisons. in Cavalier, you can shoot cannons, pretty much. They have a 1,500-foot range, so you have to shoot something with quite a lot of power. And there are many neighbors on the road in and around the location. One of the things that I heard a few people mention is the precedent setting. As you know, zoning cases are individual cases. They do not set precedent. Another skeet shooting range across the street from this one might not be approved because by then you have another one to compare with, and so on. So that's not an issue. And lead, there are, I think, 9 abandoned lead mines in Goochland. Those are mines that are underground. They're a lot closer to the water tables than any shot. And when I was campaigning for office back in 2011, so 15 years ago, one of the things that I heard from a lot of people was, why don't we have a place where we can shoot our guns? Not everybody in Goochland has 5, 10, 15 acres, and they're not allowed to shoot in their backyard. So I'll just leave you with that. Thank you for doing your job. I wouldn't want it today, so.
Thank you.
Walt Raymond. And then if Carmela Bear, Landon Bear, or Ryan Brown would like to come to the front.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Walt Raymond. I live at 4623 Park Avenue in Richmond. And I just wanted to express my support for VSP. And you'll excuse me because I'm on my phone. My printer wasn't working. The subject property is located on Walton Road adjacent to 64, consisting of approximately 85 of almost 700 acres that Luckstone has there, which is currently permitted for a quarry. It's currently zoned A2, and the surrounding area is characterized by low-density rural uses, including agriculture, residential, and recreational activity consistent with the county's rural land use framework. It immediately signals compatibility for this use, not an exception. The intent of the agricultural district is to preserve rural land, allow working landscapes, and accommodate agricultural and recreational uses that are compatible with low-density development. The size of this parcel, its setbacks, topography, and existing vegetation and natural buffering that supports compatibility with surrounding properties. The proposed use is organized, supervised, and limited in scope, distinguishing it from unmanaged or intensive commercial activity. This is exactly how the Goochland staff describes acceptable rural use. Excuse me, I lost my place. This is a limited, structured, and supervised recreational use with defined hours, conditions. It is not an open access commercial operation, and its scale intentionally constrained to remain compatible with the surrounding area. Keep in mind that that archery for the youth will be a significant part of this project and will have no impact at all on the surrounding area besides bringing youth both education and an outlet besides a Nintendo or getting outside in the outdoors. The application includes specific conditions regarding hours, frequency, supervision, and mitigation. Those conditions provide enforceable limits and give the county ongoing oversight. VSP has responded to the neighbors who are concerned by ensuring that the concerns are addressed through reasonable conditions and objectable standards, while also recognizing that zoning anticipates lawful rural activity may not be universally preferred. As far as establishing a precedent is concerned, this reinforces the principle that rural recreational uses are evaluated based on zoning intent and evidence, not opposition alone. Each further application would still need to be judged on its own merit. Denial would require findings to the use fails, findings that use the fails to meet zoning standards or creates unreasonable impacts by supported by evidence. Absent that, denial risk inconsistency with past practices and zoning intent. I'll stop there because it's late. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Carmela Beer. Landon Beer, Ryan Brown, and Morris Grimes, or Mike Callowan.
Good evening. Appreciate everyone staying late. I'm here to speak as I'm sorry, my name is Mike Kalan, and I'm 2978 River Road West. I'm here to speak as a business owner in the area and the impact for businesses. I own Goochland Gun Works, and as a business owner, I see this as being a big positive to our industry. I'm an avid clay shooter. I love archery, and as many people have mentioned, I think the archery side is getting overlooked because archery is such a great resource for children and adults alike. It teaches a lot of great things about safety and structure and things of that nature. And I think this would be a great asset to the county. With us not having to take our business outside of the county, my family's been in Goochland since day one. We still own and operate a family farm here in Goochland, and it's something that we take a lot of pride in. So seeing this stuff come into Goochland County and having a place for children to learn firearm safety. I remember the good old days when we used to have gun racks coming in our trucks going to Goochland Middle School, and we got the day off for open day hunting season. And that stuff is just not taught anymore. And having a place like this where children can learn proper gun safety, proper gun handling, I think the benefits of those things outweigh the negatives. Children need to learn about firearms, especially if you live in a rural area where people are out shooting. We see a big problem in the hunting world with gun safety. We see kids are over hunting, they're not using proper practices, and I think it's because of a lack of education. I don't know the gentlemen that are starting this very well. I just know them just from coming here, but what I've heard multiple times is safety, safety, safety. And as a father of 3 sons, I love that there's somebody else out that wants to teach safety to our children for guns. Teach them a sport that's a great sport. It's a healthy sport to get them out walking around on trails and shooting guns and shooting archery. It's just a fantastic thing, and it teaches so many good things. Really, that was all I had, so that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
I'm Jim Christian. I live at 1950 Cartersville Road, Mineral address. I'm 2 miles north of this location. And let me tell you how sound travels. A few times a month when the wind's right, I can hear the interstate like it's 500 yards away. And it is going to be a noise concern for Goochland because when we're shooting on our farm over there, I live on a 100-acre farm. When we're shooting over there, I got a friend that lives over here just east of Hayden'sville Fire Department. He calls me up. He says, "You guys are shooting again." He can hear us 2.5 miles to his house. I know exactly because I got an app on my phone that tells how far these distances are, and I checked it before I got here. He's 2.5 miles away. He can hear us shooting skeet. So you can speak about a half mile all you want, put some berms up. You're not going to stop this sound, and it's going to hurt your county because most of the time the wind's carrying back into the county, carrying on to this side, not north wind like I get when I can rarely hear the interstate. Most of the time, I'll be lucky. In my house, it won't be that noisy. And as far as the creek, it comes across our property. Deep Creek does, and you guys are wasting your money. If you're going to put that much lead dust on top of the ground, it's coming in that creek, and that creek has a lot of flow. And I'm going to just call the EPA and put them on it because I don't want it. I don't want the noise pollution. I hate to see this. The only people I see coming up here that are in favor, they don't want to live here. So your county's not benefiting at all. This is, you really ought to vote for it like you live 500 yards away because it's detrimental to your county. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? All right. I will now close the public comment period. Would the applicant like to speak or do any last comments before we start to comment?
I just had a couple of closing comments. I know it's been a very late night for everybody, and we appreciate your time. I did get a message from Ryan Brown, who is the head of the Division of Wildlife Resources, and he just wanted to relay to you that if you have any questions about partnering with certain programs that DWR was looking to program with us, he's happy to answer those questions. He was here to basically advise the panel of that. But he unfortunately had to leave. He has a meeting in the morning at 7 o'clock in Richmond. I just wanted to recap pretty much and just say that, you know, there's a lot that was put out, and I honestly tell you that I think my brain is fried, and I don't think I could address every rebuttal that was there. But generally speaking, I would say, you know, we have conducted a professional sound study that is in front of you, and I know that we sent it to you as soon as we got it. So we urge you to take a look at that as well. We have basically, when it comes to environmental, as Mr. Leiper said earlier, that this is an issue of basically to look at whether or not this is the right use for the zoning. We will be governed by agencies moving forward in the POD phase, in the site plans. There will be agencies that we have to report to get their approval on this. So this, with all respect, I say this, I ask that this is probably not the place where you make a decision on lead, or you make I do urge you to look at the noise. Having said that, I'm happy to answer any questions that I possibly can at this point, and I'm sure you all want to go home as well. But if you have questions, we can try to address it for you.
One of the things I'm wondering about is, what are the hours, or not necessarily the hours, but the days of operation we are actually being asked to approve here? I mean,
Happy to
I mean,
answer
I hear that Mondays are off, or are 7 days a week?
No. So
what's going on?
So great question. Let me clarify that
Yeah.
for you. So let me just leave Monday off for just 1 second and address Tuesday through Sunday
All right,
first.
is it what? Okay.
Yeah. So what we have responded to initially submitted, and then also responded to the county, and we have succeeded in some of the timings and everything as well. Tuesday through Sunday is what we're proposing, coming back 9 a.m. till sunset.
All right.
Shooting hours. That's what we're talking about, shooting hours. We have to cease shooting before it gets dark, pretty much. Mondays, Sporting Clay is closed to the public,
Just tournaments then.
solely reserved for the tournament.
Okay.
Tournaments, we're going to have, the tournament could happen, most of the time it happens in the morning, and if it happens, it's 2 hours. There may be an afternoon, but we've also succeeded saying we're not going to do 2 tournaments on a Monday. So there'll be 1 tournament, majority of them being in the mornings, and it's reserved for that.
Okay. All right, that helps. Thanks.
Thank you.
Could you clarify the difference between a tournament and an event? And would you have events on Monday also?
Events are generally fundraisers, corporate events, let's say fundraisers such as charitable events for the Rotary, for any youth organizations, basically, something like that. Tournament is a sanctioned tournament, for example, by the NSCA, so National Sporting Clay Association. They generally are and can be sometimes larger, sometimes not. They can be 60, they can be more. The thing about NSCA sanctioned tournaments is that we're not guaranteed tournaments from them. They get together, it's almost like they're dishing out pieces of the pie almost on a monthly basis. So if you have about 7 sporting clay ranges within a few hours in this area, they're going to get divvied up. We may get 1 a month. And if we don't get that, we may get 1 every 2 months. So that's where that comes in, basically. That is a sanctioned tournament. Fundraisers and general events are always going to be smaller than, basically, they're usually 125 or less. Generally much smaller than that.
All right, are those Monday activities, though, or are those the Tuesday through Sunday activities?
Those are generally Tuesday through Sunday activities. Now, in the
So
event...
Monday is only these tournaments?
We have asked that if, for example, there is an event that can only happen, we would seek a permission from the county on that.
All right.
A non-tournament event that somebody wants to hold. And it's not something that is, they'll call us Thursday and say, we want to have it on Monday. This is well planned out usually in advance, so we would seek approval on something like that. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You.
Would you speak to intentions with alcohol and how that would be managed? I heard that concern.
Good question. If you go to a handful of places where alcohol is not served while there's shooting going on, first and foremost, just to be clear about that. We're not walking around like a bunch of rednecks walking with a can in our hand, shooting with guns on our hips. That's not what happens. What happens is generally, if there is, state controls that. And the second thing is this: there has to be a day permit, day license, from the ABC. There are 3 commissioners that sit on the ABC commission, so it is not an easy thing to get all the time. If there is, let's just say, Eli Lilly wishes, or Carl Max wishes to hold a corporate event, they have 50 people coming for teamwork, they will have a round of shooting. And then after that, after shooting ceases, they'll be served whatever they want at that point. Most of this is something that we don't get our hands in. This will be done by outside vendors. So the outside vendors, say a food truck that is licensed to sell alcohol, may show up.
All right, so you're not planning on pursuing a alcohol license?
If the state says that even for someone else to come in and serve that you have to get a day license, then we will get a day license at that point.
All right. Okay.
Talk to me about the load concerns with was it 7/8 versus 1
1
1/8?
Good question, section.
Yeah.
It was on my list to discuss about rebuttals, and I
you're good.
thank
You're
you for
good.
reminding me
Yeah.
of that. The 7/8 and 1 ounce are the 2 we shot. So the contrary to the one photo that was shown, we shot 2 loads, and we sent the picture to, I think, Ms. Sherry and Mr. Kimmerly had the photo of that. Those are the most popular loads used on a sporting clay course, and I'll tell you why that is. You have a lot of people that show up with shotguns that are not $200 shotguns. They might be $80,000, $90,000 shotguns. You will never see that person put 1 1/8 load in there. The 1 1/8 load is the range maximum. Could someone use it? Sure. Are you all of a sudden going to jump out of your seat and say, oh my God, what was that? No. But the most common are 7/8 and 1 ounce. And that's basically what is used. So what we wanted to do was to do a realistic live demonstration, and that is the 2 most common loads. But we picked the worst conditions, which was the coldest day, no leaves, no berms, no construction at all. So noise obviously would travel more at that point.
Was it advantageous of you to do the lightest load, or should it have been the heaviest load? Though not most common, could happen when you did your demonstration.
When we did our demonstration, we also utilized the 1 ounce, which is used probably, we use 7/8 and 1 ounce. That is the most common that is used out there. But if you look up, if you just were to do the anatomy of a shotgun shell and its load, if you were to Google that, maybe in the first or second article that pops up, you will see 7/8 and 1 ounce, the most traditional and commonly used loads that are on there. So yes, we wanted to use what's going to be used most often. We can't stop somebody from using 1 1/8 because it's a realistic load, for example. Now, probably the percentage of people using that load is low. The percentage of people using a combined 7/8 and 1 ounce is incredibly high. I would say probably in excess of 70%. And that's a speculation. I have not pulled data on that. That's without pulling data.
Thank you.
Yes.
I do agree that I think it would have been best if you brought out the baddest permissible load, not the most common load.
If I may, it's actually a good point. In hindsight, we look back, I think it may not be a bad idea to see how much noise that would generate. If,
Yeah, that's it. And I'm not sure how much difference there is, but it did sound like, I mean, I was standing with you when the neighbor was shooting, and you were saying that can't be permissible load.
So, hear what I said on that. That was, they were shooting from high ground.
That's right.
They're shooting in our direction, more or less. High ground. When we shot,
You were
we
down in the
shot.
bowl.
We were in the bowl. We shot at the also from the closest station.
Right.
But we shot out toward the away. Shooting away makes that big of a difference.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So I would say, in order to scientifically maybe answer that question, if I may put our acoustic expert on the spot to say, hey, this is what we measured, and if you use from a 1 ounce went to a 1 1/8 ounce, this could be the possible decibel rating increase. If I could ask Mr. Thomas, if he's able to answer that with that.
Come on up.
You feel comfortable making a off-the-cuff
Well,
assessment there?
I'll try. So it's hard to really make that determination
All right.
without doing the sampling and data. As I mentioned earlier, you know, this was to determine an exposure assessment. When exposure assessments are done, it sets a base on what's to be expected. As I indicated earlier, my recommendation would be, if this proceeded, to do additional testing. That's one thing we discussed, so that we could, you know, have the data moving forward. You'd asked the question about elevation. Does it affect it? That's one thing you want to do, is not only measure the ground level, but the elevation as well. There's not going to be much difference in my experience with the different types of ranges, and I've dealt with police ranges, federal ranges, in the decibel change for that. But definitely loads can affect the change in decibel readings, but until you do the sampling, you just don't have that data.
Thank you.
If I may add, the other thing, you know, that would make a difference for a follow-up test, just for our baseline purposes after, say, the course is constructed. At that point, now we have berms, we have vegetative buffers, we have more tree plantings, we have structures that are going to be on the property. All those will make a difference at that point as well.
Yeah. Do you want to make any comment about, I mean, there were several people that said financial benefit to the county, like there won't be any. Do you want to address that at all?
I don't want to get into too much detail, but the main thing about that is this. This is a legitimate, it's certified 501c3 by the IRS code.
Right.
Not a very easy designation to get. We spent almost a year not fighting, but going back and forth with the IRS and getting that. The economic development, this is an identified need through the survey that was done for the master plan, target sports. So it is a priority, basically, need that's been identified in Goochland County for its master plan for Parks and Rec. This will bring people into the county. When you have people that come into the county, they do a lot of things. They buy stuff in the county. They purchase gas. They stick around. They may go to different venues, possibly. They may go to a local brewery. They may go to the winery down the road. So there are a lot of things. So there is basically what I would call a collateral increase that comes into it at that point. We're going to have positions created. There'll definitely be about 4 full-time positions, starting with 2, go to 4, and then a handful of part-time positions that'll be created in the county as well. So a lot of benefits when it comes to that part of it. So we're generating jobs. If you think about it, I mean, I've been an entrepreneur most of my life. If I can generate 10 jobs in each company, in each location that I have, I know it doesn't sound like a big number, but that's what to do. We contribute to the economy.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So a big thing is still the noise.
Sorry?
A big thing, I have to make more noise. A big thing is still the noise. Everybody's talking about it.
Yes.
And I think if people are comfortable that there is an acceptable noise level, a lot of other things tend to fall away. You know, if you don't hear it, you don't see it, you don't smell it, it's really not happening, right? Except for environmental stuff. But what can you do to help people feel comfortable with noise? And maybe Mr. Thomas is going to get his steps in. He might have to help out with this. But, you know, I think all of us are kind of struggling with that a little bit.
So there, I will bring Mr. Thomas back up, but one of the things I would say with that is a shotgun sport will never occur without a certain amount of noise. That is a reality. We know that. So noise will be generated. To what extent, you have to look at it, whether it's background noise or it's really irritating noise at 95 decibels hitting your house, basically, at that point. I think through the sound test, we have concluded that the noise level generated over an 8-hour course is going to be, I don't want to speak for him, but 50 decibels, something, I can't remember what it was, but much lower than anticipated. Right now, I'm probably speaking at a 70 decibel, 65 to 70 decibels right now, pretty much. If you have a faint background noise, just like a freeway becomes background noise, that is something, and it's in acceptable levels. That is not damaging. It's below OSHA requirement. But also, our study came back pretty low in the 50s. I'd say that we're at a very realistic level. Well, this is not a nuisance by any means. So, you know, a truck going by on the freeway hitting its Jake brakes, I guarantee you're going to spike in the 80s right off the bat from the homes. But that's my speculation. When I went there for the informal test, I just took my informal map, and I heard some trucks go by, high 70s, just standing there on the service road. Mm-hmm. And when the shotgun fire gave us in the 50s, I thought we were in a good spot, basically. But again, this is my observation. I'll let Mr. Thomas speak a little more of that.
So testing can be repeated. What we did is a triangular pattern to try and represent an event. There is different strategic setting up the samples, line pattern sampling, the closest residents setting up sampling on their doorsteps, you know, to try and help the community to feel better with that. I'll do all the testing in the world as long as somebody's paying me to do it, you know. But realistically, you know, I'm here as an independent third-party consultant. That's what we do. Repeating the testing, adding different sampling points, getting closer to the residents would be something that, you know, I would recommend from listening to everyone here tonight. It is one of the bigger concerns, aside from the lead concerns. So that would be my recommendation. Repeat the testing, as I mentioned before, but we can implement different data points, if you will. And, you know, sampling, it's ideal. The more sampling we can get to represent the testing is better. I don't know how long somebody's going to sit there for 8 hours shooting with a shotgun. I'm sure their shoulder might be kind of sore afterwards, but you want to represent what's actually going to occur on the site. So I think, you know, we can do some additional testing with the approval to try and maybe provide more data. Like I said, I know there's a home very close, you know, to the property line. If that homeowner gives permission to do testing, and we would want, you know, their permission. I'm not going to walk on someone's property without the permission, but to do the testing. You know, we would have a representative designated at that sampling point to make sure there's no other interferences, or documenting what else is going on. You know, we had a couple of the data points when we were looking at the analysis of it, the analytics of it, we could tell that there's a four-wheeler, that was utilized. That actually gives the different peaks that we could sit there and look at to analyze. The interstate, even though you may not hear it, there is noise that is coming from that interstate as well that's picked up as part of the analytics reviewing all of that. So we could definitely do some additional data points, but the data that we have, I stand by that it's acceptable data that is less than the standards that are regulate these activities. So
I guess the variable is how well, did I have it off? Yeah. My voice is getting tired. I guess the variable is, once it's developed, would that change the sound transmission properties? And if it does at that point and it rises to a level, what do we do?
From what I have read, I think what's the improvements that will be made as part of the site will assist in reducing the noise level. The installation of the berms, even installing structures on the site, those are all things that helps reduce that noise being generated by the shotgun shooting. So,
If I may, sorry. Given the levels that are right now, and we've done basically 2 informal and 1 formal test, and I come to I don't know if the crowd will still be happy with another result, testing basically. I think having 2 informal ratings, which are almost in line with the formal test, and as we implement measures for additional sound mitigation, that's only going to help at this point. Keep in mind, we're a nonprofit. We have not had a capital campaign yet. So I like to be very frank about that. This stuff costs a lot of money. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we've done a formal test. And our sound expert seems to stand by it. The numbers seem to be in line and well below what would be considered a nuisance. If we were spiking at 75, 80, I would definitely say we got a valid reason to look at a few things. We're in the low 50s and high 40s, mid 50s. I think that's below. I mean, if I were to pull out I know this is not accurate, but the reader on the app, right now I would exceed mid 50s right off the bat.
and just also to state, because I had heard earlier tonight about calibration of the equipment. All of our equipment was calibrated. It's all serial numbered. Each one is calibrated before and after use. So just to let you know that as well.
A little more valid than my iPhone was.
Yes, I would not use my iPhone. All right, thank you.
Thank you. We're good?
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Before we do get started with talking, my utmost respect to each and every one of you. That was held wonderfully. There was no side comments. There was, nothing that we had to kind of distract ourselves from. So I thank you for being a great community and for being respectful to a wide variety of opinions and speakers that came up. It was really nice to see.
Agreed.
I think we'll just probably, do you want to start, Mr. Dean, and we'll just kind of talk and, converse back and forth, whatever concerns or questions.
Citizen comment. Did you close the citizen comment?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I was excited to see is I think we all agree on the benefits. We don't all agree on the location necessarily, but I think it's a great purpose. And I think everybody in the room would like to find a way to get to yes, that's amenable for everyone. But I think there's a lot of fear of the unknown still. I think some folks are asking questions just because they don't know the answer, and I respect that. I also respect that the applicant is being diligent with their resources and not spending them before they need to. I honor that that's a prudent use of their not-for-profit funds or future funds. But I had hoped at this point we'd be more converging than diverging or being parallel in our alignment of some of the thoughts. And so I think there's some areas that that we might need to talk about. There's also many we probably, in my opinion, don't need to talk about. So if I can just talk about some of the ones we don't need to talk about and why I believe that, and this is just my opinion based on what I've come to know. One of them is the environmental stuff. The applicant's going to have to, as they've said, go through a lot more hurdles than we could throw in front of them. They are required, per their testimony, to have an environmental stewardship plan. I have great confidence in the LUC companies to manage them to that. The LUC companies have a lot to lose if things don't go well, so that that provides me at least some comfort and assurance that it will be managed and it will be done properly. I do have a question that the applicant might be able to address just to make sure that the monitoring, management, and mitigation would persist in the event that the business ceased for some reason. And I know that some folks have had surety bonds to assure that. I don't know what arrangement they may suggest. But the environmental, I wouldn't be too worried about. As far as trespassing and signage, I do like the idea of something a little more proactive for young kids. Hours of operation, again, if the noise mitigation can be, if everybody can get comfortable with that, you know, again, the hours become less of an issue, but I do appreciate that that having some respite from the noise from the facility would be beneficial. I think the weather and just usage will provide a lot of that. I commented to the applicant that they would be lucky to be busy 365 days a year. That would be a great business. I don't think that will be the case. I do think a lot of things will be addressed in the POD. I don't know that we necessarily have to restrict anything that the POD process is going to go through, such as the phasing and conceptual plan. The things I think we can impact and we should talk about are noise, traffic perhaps, but I'm not sure that the issue at the corner of 3 Chopped and 250 with the store there is anything that the applicant can impact. So I don't know that that's something that we can really address. I know that it'll bring a little more traffic to the area. I appreciate that. The roads are a public resource and they should be used. I don't think it's going to be overbearing with traffic. And I may have things to add as we go forward, but it's late and my voice is tired, and I'll hand it back to you.
Thanks. Jess, do you want to weigh in, Jess?
Yeah, there was a number of people that spoke that had some contingencies they referenced. I mean, everyone thought it was it's a good idea, just not the right place. And there's a few people that spoke about how it would be acceptable, and under what conditions it would be acceptable. Those are the kinds of things that someone in this seat and someone that loves the community really likes to see. How can we find common ground? So I don't know if that's possible. Obviously, the big ones are noise, having a proper noise abatement plan, traffic study, and I heard a lot of people talk about shot fall. I just wonder if it's possible to have these things be accomplished, have the community at ease, and have this, what everyone agrees is a really great thing. Still working through that thought process if there's a way to get everyone excited about it.
I don't think you're ever going to get to 100% on that. And that's just, you
it's a
know.
nice thought.
Yeah, thank you. Do you want to, I'm sorry, did you have more to add?
Not right now.
You're good, okay. I think my biggest concern is going back to staff. And staff's going to be the one that handles a lot of this. And there's a lot of still items that staff is still saying that we need clarification on. I also think it's a great project. You know, living in Goochland and the rural character that we all tend to, enjoy. And, my family, I have 2 Eagle Scouts, and I have children who hunt and trap and fish way more than sometimes I wish that they would. But I agree with the concept. I just personally think that we still need more time for staff to figure out those unknowns, and for us to kind of maybe come together on maybe some concessions as far as the hours of operation, days that are open, tournament times, different things like that, and things that probably cannot be answered at 11:55. I've told my kids nothing good happens after midnight. So I hear the concerns, and I also hear staff concerns, and I also hear applicant concerns. So now we have this trifecta of sometimes time can answer a lot of those things. And so I would love to present this to the Board of Supervisors as a more complete application at this point. Mr. Patak.
Yes, I love that VSP wants to make this a family, make this a youth. I think those are great ideas, and I think that can happen. But there's just things I can't get around, and I just can't sacrifice these poor people to take the hit of, going down the rabbit hole of decibels and wind and so forth. They're just going to hear it every day, and it bothers them, and they're going outside, and I just can't get over that. I can't get over the proximity to these homes. I can't get over the giant amount of lead that'll be shot into the wetlands. And my last question is this the best use of this land?
All right. All right, to me?
To you.
Okay.
Last but not least.
Well, sound is obviously the biggest thing that people were concerned about, and what I did just hear the applicant say a couple of times is take some time to review the sound study. So take some time. So it seems like I feel like we do need a little bit more time then. I want a little more time to review some of the presentations that were given here today. There was a lot of data on some of those presentations, a lot of information. So I'd like to look at that. I guess the other big thing is I hope we can straighten out this lease issue. I think that's, I don't think that was what we were expecting to see when we saw the 75 acres move to 85 acres. And so, and maybe that's not really my concern, but it looks like it knocks out some of the shooting positions, and I don't think you want to do that, so. So I guess, do we want to have any conversations around this? Because I think I hear in general you saying a lot of these issues are perhaps unresolvable. We do want to have something like this. It's got a lot of great benefits, promising benefits for the county. But I would say that the other board members that I heard are council members, or what are we called? A commission members, I heard. It is almost after midnight. I've heard several people say, we just need a little bit more time, and hopefully things can get a little clearer and work on some issues a little bit more. So I would like to I would like to make a motion that that the commission defer consideration of the conditional use permit CU 2025-00012 application by Virginia Sports Park and Training Center at Goochland to the March Planning Commission meeting.
I believe that's March 19th.
March
right?
19th?
Yeah.
March 19.
So I'll make that as a formal motion.
I'll second.
Mr. Kimmerly?
Aye.
Mr. Patek?
Can we discuss the motion before we vote?
Yes, I'm sorry.
After midnight.
What are we going to know then that we don't know now?
Okay.
And how do we assure that we receive that information on a timely basis so that we can digest it? Make sure the community is aware of it as well.
Well, what I heard you mention was we're still unresolved on the noise issue. There's still
Yes, sir.
unanswered questions about noise and ways to limit the sound. I hear you also were concerned, and I'm concerned a little bit about perimeter security.
I think there's some items that maybe staff and applicant can kind of get together and maybe work through, whether it's that possible, like you said, perimeter,
Yeah.
hours, different things, again.
Well, and I also heard that it's not possible to shoot in the direction away from the center of the range, and I guess I'm a little concerned about shot fall in the other directions. So, and that was one of the things that Mr. McLaughlin brought up, and I agree with him on that. So, I'd like to hear a little bit more about how that is assured that that's not going to happen. So,
And I think the sound study, I do think staff, and all of us too. I mean, I read through it, but I want to read through it and really, fully comprehend it. And, given a day and a half is not prudent to staff or to us. So I'd like the time for that as well.
yeah.
Well, and Mr. Thomas did mention perhaps doing an additional study with more data points.
Yeah, but he also made the very good point that he'll do as much as he's paid to do, and it's expensive. It is very expensive for a nonprofit that really hasn't had a fundraising effort yet. So I get that. It's coming out of their individual pockets, I guess. I don't know where it's coming from. So
perimeter security, noise, shot fall.
Mr. McLaughlin also mentioned a better traffic study, or maybe additional information on traffic was something that he suggested.
So you're asking them to pay more?
Or if that's what it takes, or maybe it's information we get from our local law enforcement and first responders and what their opinions are on that. So,
And coming to consensus on hours and days.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard for the first time there might be some holidays that may not have activities. And
yeah,
it
but
the
none of
first I
that
heard
was
of that.
none of that was in the
None of that was
application.
in the
though.
application.
So maybe cleaning that up a little bit. Staff was asking or saying that there are some things that they're not sure they've gotten agreement on, even things that were already in the presentation, so. All right.
I got.
Now, if you want to call the vote, just wanted to make sure we said what we wanted to say.
Is there more, I love this. Is there more conversation to have about this before we, I mean, does anybody want to advocate for a different position on this? I mean, I'll hear all inputs on this.
Well, the other option is we can deny it and kick it to the board. I'm not sure that they want that. That's not what we're here for. We're here to polish it up and
Yeah.
make sure that they're delivered a.
I've been here for 5 hours and 3 minutes. I wanted something to end on. So I think the deferral might be best for the good of 6
Yeah,
hours.
you
and
got
3
here at
minutes.
5 o'clock.
I got here at 5, so I've
Yeah.
been here for 7 hours and 3 minutes.
You got it, all right.
And I have to get up in 5 hours, so yes. Go ahead.
All right, so,
You want to start again?
sure. Had the motion to defer to the March 19 meeting by Mr. Kimmerly, seconded by Ms. Kowalski. And for the roll call vote, we will recall Mr. Kimmerly,
Aye.
Mr. Patek,
Nay.
Ms. Kowalski,
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin,
Aye.
Mr. Dean.
Aye.
The motion to defer the application CU 2025-12 to the March 19, 2026 PC meeting is approved on a 4-1 vote.
If there is no other business, this meeting is adjourned.